So, I probably should have briefly double-checked to make sure that I had the game screen captured. Oh no, I do. Okay, then it works. It just looks a little awkward because it looks better windowed. Because if I do full screen like this, then it gets those black bars at the top that I don't really like. So I'm playing this windowed. So originally the plan was to stream this yesterday, which would have been Friday, but I don't know how long this is gonna be. And I don't know the structure of it either. So I didn't want to risk kind of like going only for like 3 to 4 hours, having to do another stream, and then that stream ended in like 30 minutes. So I wanted to try and get it all in one go, but based off of when certain things started happening yesterday, I didn't want to run the risk of it going way later, especially because I have some things to do, especially like tomorrow, and then it would mess up the schedule, and then so all that to say is that I am jumping ahead and wanted to do this today, even though I don't usually stream today. But yeah, going straight from your glass heart in my hands to her love like poison. Pretty. Ethel Briggs was trying to play the second movement of Mozart's Viola Sonata No. 21. But she wasn't having much luck. It had been months since she last picked up her violin, and the lack of practice had made her rusty. She had played this particular piece numerous times, not for any competitions. She had always been too shy to enter any, despite Miss Manderley's gentle coaxing, but for her own satisfaction. Mozart's Violin Sonata 21 was one of her favorites. Ethel wasn't a huge Mozart aficionado. She didn't like how upbeat most of his pieces were, how frothy, flippant, and inoffensive. On the whole, she thought that Mozart was far too cheerful. Ethel much preferred the quiet, understated melancholy of Beethoven, or Chopin's clean, precise compositions. But there was something special about the Violin Sonata 21. This was one of Mozart's few sonatas in E minor, composed in Paris shortly after his mother's death. The first part was allegro, and it contained some of that familiar energy which was distinctly Mozart, but the second was far more moving. The second movement of Mozart's Violin Sonata 21, I keep reading violin, but I keep wanting to say viola for some reason, had a special place in Ethel's heart, maybe because this was one of the first violin pieces she had heard. It was this piece which had inspired her to take up the violin in the first place. Ethel had wanted to be able to play this melancholy piece with her own two hands, to bring this ethereal, haunting music into the world of her own volition. For many years, Ethel had attended her violin lessons dutifully, and, for a while, she had accomplished her goal. She had performed this piece often enough that her muscle memory could make up for a lack of practice. But though Ethel knew she had the notes mostly correct wasn't good enough. Ethel's right hand slipped, and the bow scraping unpleasantly against the strings, and she winced. She had been at it for some 5 minutes, trying to recreate her past successes, but this was the final straw. What was the point in pursuing this any further? It wasn't as though she was performing this for an audience. She was at home on her own, and this was a blessing. If her parents and her two younger brothers had been there, Ethel wouldn't have been able to play her once beloved violin at all. They would have told her to knock it off, apart from Rowan, maybe. Rowan had always been kind. Or maybe he, unlike the other members of Ethel's family, was simply too self-conscious to say what he actually thought. Maybe Rowan looked down on Ethel too for her strange, lonely, old-fashioned hobbies. Ethel's family didn't really care for classical music. Her father, Jude, liked Iron Maiden, Dio, and Judas Priest, while her mother, Lauren, listened to anything that was trending on TikTok. Lurking, but would love to know what you think of this when you get further in. Lurking is always welcome here, Effie. Manny, meanwhile, listened to loud, shouty music, and Ethel didn't know what Rowan liked because he never told anybody. Rowan was very secretive about his interests, almost furtive. If her family had listened to classical music, however, Ethel knew they would have preferred Mozart to Beethoven and Chopin. Mozart seemed like exactly the sort of person Lauren would have enjoyed chatting with over a pint. Come to think of it, if the Mozart in Amadeus was at all like the real man. Ethel sighed. She was disappointed in herself. She hadn't been playing the violin for very long, but her jaw was aching and her fingers were already beginning to hurt. She's really cute. Gloomily, she set her violin down. Glumly, she looked at it lying on her bed, and her eyes softened in such a way that she looked rather like an abandoned puppy. Then, feeling rather sad and sorry for herself, she sniffed. She had loved that violin once, but her love had long since dwindled. Everything which had once brought Ethel joy had become gray and faded since Clementine had left her. What did her love for music matter now? Had it ever mattered? Ethel was already 21 and, simultaneously, was only 21. She was only 21. She was in her final year of university. The adult world loomed before her. Rather than welcoming it, however, Ethel found herself shrinking away from her future responsibilities. That was probably why she had dug out her old violin, to play through her favorite piece from her childhood. She had been trying to cling to the past. She simply didn't want to grow up. Ethel sat down on her bed, defeated, though she supposed it wasn't her bed anymore. It hadn't been for almost 3 years. When Ethel was at university in Durham, Manny slept in what had once been her room. When Ethel came back for the holidays, Manny and Rowan were forced to share a room, something they both resented. I know it's a tight squeeze, Jude always said, but try to bear with it. Ethel can't be expected to share with either of you. She's the oldest, and she's a young lady. She needs her space. Don't be so surly. Rowan was good-natured enough that he didn't complain about this sleeping arrangement too much. Not to Ethel's face, at least. But Manny was less so. Manny was only 13, and he hadn't learned how to be tactful yet. Ethel's youngest brother had been in an awful mood all Christmas, a mood which Ethel knew was largely because of her unwanted presence. It had been a relief when her family had left the day prior for Luton Airport, for the holiday they had been looking forward to so much. Now that Manny was no longer skulking around, shooting her nasty glares whenever their paths crossed, Ethel felt like she could finally breathe. Some small part of Ethel wished that she'd accompany her family. She'd never been to Australia before, and she was curious about it. But another part of her thought she made the right move. She didn't want to keep subjecting Manny to her company. She also enjoyed having the house to herself. That meant she could play the violin without having to worry about the sound carrying. And it did carry in her parents' house, since the walls were so thin. Ethel had been looking forward to being on her own, but now that she was on her own, She couldn't even enjoy her newfound freedom. I think it's a different type of poison, that antibiotics won't exactly help. But welcome, Kay. Ethel had been looking forward to being on her own, but now that she was on Earth, she couldn't enjoy her newfound freedom. What was wrong with her? Ethel bit the inside of her cheek, weighing up her options. If she couldn't play her violin, she could at least give her thesis a go. The due date to hand the damn thing in was approaching. She only had 2 months left to work on it, but she'd not written a single line of it yet. She couldn't bring herself to. Like the violin, Ethel had lost all interest in her thesis, and in her degree. Ethel had used her thesis as an excuse to get out of going on holiday with her parents. She told them she needed to focus on her work, but she'd been doing precious little work all day, and wasting an awful lot of time. Ethel glanced at her violin, which lay discarded on her bed. Then, she sighed for the umpteenth time that night. How had things come to this? What had happened to make her lose interest in everything which had once delighted her, especially her beloved violin? Unwilling girls might have been coerced into playing instruments by their parents, but this hadn't been the case with Ethel. Ethel had been introduced to the world of classical music quite by chance, after discovering an old CD full of the stuff in a jumble sale for 50 pence. She had been drawn to the old cracked CD because of the smiley lady on the cover, and she hadn't been too interested in the music itself. When she had listened to the CD, however, she had experienced a revelation. The songs had spoken to her. She had been instantly drawn into the world of classical music, and it had been thanks to Mozart's violin Sonata No. 21. Ethel had known, after listening to that CD, that her life would never be the same again. Shortly after, she had pleaded with her parents to take her to violin lessons so that she could play just as well as the smiley lady with the pixie cut on the cover of that CD. Ethel had since lost that life-altering CD. She lost many things which were important to her over the years, but she could remember the cover clearly. The woman had been pretty despite her unconventional haircut, decidedly feminine in her blue wrap dress and her dangly earrings. She held her violin against the nook of her neck, and the other hand she had wielded a bow. There had been something commanding about the nameless woman in blue, despite how skinny she had been, how slender her arms and legs. To the young Ethel, she had seemed less like a person and more a queen from a fairy tale, the garland of flowers on her head only adding to this illusion. Ethel hadn't necessarily wanted to play the violin for the sake of it. She had just wanted to look like the nameless lady on the album's cover, a lady who, Ethel now realized, probably hadn't played any of the songs arranged on that CD. The woman on that cover had probably been a model, brought into a studio to pose with a violin that she couldn't play. That, or she had been a stock image lifted from the internet. When Ethel had grown up enough to realize this, it had sullied the mystique of that seminal CD, a little like how other children felt betrayed after learning Santa wasn't real. It had been an eye-opening moment, but maybe it had been for the best. This revelation had lessened Ethel's pain, at least, when the CD had gone missing a few years ago. In any case, Ethel's violin lessons had never quite lived up to her expectations. Ethel had kept at the violin, carried by her initial childish enthusiasm, but her enthusiasm had faded when she started secondary school, and she realized that she would never be as smiley or as happy as the elfin woman on the CD cover. She would never be that pretty either. No amount of playing the violin could bring Ethel closer to her idealized image of perfection, something which had become all the more apparent when Shania and her gang had started to bully her. Ethel grew so disenchanted with the violin she had gave up. Ethel grew so disenchanted with the violin, she gave up on her lessons at the start of her year 11. Start of year 11. She had needed to focus on her GCSEs anyway, and it hadn't helped that she had jammed her fingers during a netball game in PE, and it had hurt for a whole month to hold her bow. Jude had never liked it when she played in a house anyway, especially when there was a big game on. Manny, meanwhile, had always said her scraping sounded unbearable. "It's like nails on a chalkboard. Can't you pack it in?" Manny used to say. And in the end, Ethel did just that. She packed the violin in, but not for good. She continued to play here and there when her parents and her brothers were out of the house and there was nobody to hear her. Sometimes Ethel even took joy in her playing, but these moments had been few and far between. Once Ethel had played the violin dedicatedly. Once a week after her teachers. Ugh. I need to slow down when I read. Once, Ethel had played the violin dedicatedly once a week at her teacher's, Miss Manderley. Now, she played once a month, if that, and she did so furtively, as if it were a shameful secret. Ethel couldn't help but feel embarrassed as she played, as though she were performing an obscene act even more intimate than masturbation. Maybe playing the violin was masturbation, in a sense, because it had only ever brought her pleasure. Nobody else in her life had cared to listen to her. Nobody expected dear old Miss Manderley. Nobody except dear old Miss Manderley. She had been encouraging, but what had this brought Ethel? Ethel left her violin on the bed and approached the window, her footsteps muffled like a cat's quiet padding. Once there, she stood at the sill and glanced out at the garden beyond. It was late at night. The digital clock on her bedside table said it was already 20:30, and the sky was navy blue, and the moon ringed by a wisp of cloud. There was a bit of a breeze outside, and the darkened silhouettes of the hedgerows were shaking. Ethel's fingers curled around the windowsill. All of a sudden, being inside felt stifling. Ethel had been so caught up in her memories, she worried that they would overwhelm her. Newly uneasy, Ethel took an anxious step away from the window. She wasn't sure why, but she had an intense desire to escape. She had to clear the cobwebs from her mind in some way, and what better way to do that than to go for a walk? It might have been late at night. It was too late to go for a wander, really, but she did live in Oxbury. Oxbury was a tiny village, almost minuscule, really, with a nigh-on non-existent crime rate. Nothing bad ever happened there. No stabbings ever took place in Oxbury, contrary to the wild claims Americans on the internet like to make about the UK's crime statistics, or any muggings. Ethel would be just fine. Why wouldn't she be? Oxbury was so safe and sterile, it bordered on the boring. Hadn't she always wanted to go on fun adventures when she was a little girl? Adventure was hardly going to come and find her if she remained indoors, steeped in her reminiscences as if she were a tea bag. Expect the UK crime statistics to drop. It helps establish where the setting is. I only just realized the PC. The 50 pence and some of the dialogue used kind of clue you into the setting, but it's really nice that it's just flat out, this is where this takes place. And you have a very flat kind of establishment of time. the references to Iron Maiden, Judas Priest, her mother listening to whatever trendy music was on TikTok. Um, this would also make it the first piece that I'm at least reading from Ebi um, that is contemporary, that is set like in the modern day. Probably stuck on the train. As far as I'm aware, the UK has better public transit than most America. Ah, my nose. Ethel didn't imagine that anything exciting would happen to her on a walk, but would be better than sitting inside and stewing. There's also a lot more dynamic backgrounds. Ethel padded downstairs, her feet sinking against the cushioned landing, then the cushioned steps of the staircase, and paused at the front door. She eyed her old coat, but ultimately left it be. It was a brown duffel coat, which Ethel had owned since sixth form. The coat had been in active service for 4 long winters, and the passage of time had taken its toll. One of the toggles of the coat was missing. It had been snapped clean off, and the brown, furry fabric was worn and threadbare in places, like a beloved teddy which had been coddled one too many times. Lauren had tutted when Ethel had come home from university, clad it with that natty coat, and shaken her head. "You're still wearing that old thing?" she asked, her voice incredulous. I thought you would have bought a new coat by now. You look like you've come straight out of a jumble sale. Ethel knew that her mother hadn't meant this as a compliment. Ethel's mother rarely complimented her appearance, but she had liked it nonetheless. Lauren had often taken Ethel to jumble sales when she was a girl, ostensibly to find some cheap bits and pieces for the newly renovated kitchen, but actually so she could have a natter with her friends. The lingo is also very it's very English. Lauren would stand by Auntie Jean and Auntie Mariella's stall. They weren't real aunties, of course, they were just her mother's friends, while Ethel would wander around by herself, transfixed by all the wares on display. The jumble sale her mother had frequented every weekend and had taken place in the car park of the big Sainsbury in Wrexham, and all sorts of people were in attendance. Sure, until someone says bits and bob. That could be a regional thing. Though I can't exactly speak on, like, I'm a expert when it comes to English slang and words and such. It hadn't been just Auntie Jean, who sold old paperbacks which had once belonged to her mother, and Auntie Mariella, who had sold soap and candles. There had been other, more interesting vendors with piercings and tattoos. I didn't even know that it actually was a regional thing. I actually don't even know where Oxbury is. I know I've heard of it, but I have no idea, like, exactly where it is. Some of these vendors sold bits of wood whittled into fantastical creatures, self-painted dioramas of forest and fairy tale creatures, handmade jewelry set with stones which couldn't have been precious, but which shone regardless, and beaded dream catchers which swayed in the breeze. The wares made Auntie Jean's old paperbacks and Auntie Mariella's soaps and candles look very pedestrian indeed. I thought I'd always loved jumble sales, in part because there had been so much stuff to gawp at. Gawp is certainly English. They'd been so busy, Ethel had been able to melt into the crowds, completely anonymous. Ethel had quite liked being told that she looked like she had come straight from one of those sales, though her mother had been less than impressed. Lauren had told her that her coat made her look mousy, but that was what Ethel preferred. She never liked standing out. Maybe that was why she had chosen to venture outdoors at such a late hour. There wouldn't be anybody in the street to spot her. The coat really was too ratty to keep wearing, however. Ethel left it be, reasoning her jacket would be enough. Ethel did grab her father's old torch from his toolbox, however, just in case she needed it. She stuffed it inside a canvas bag, which she slung over her shoulder. Pointedly English. Then she stepped out onto the street. She shut the front door behind her, and soon she was enveloped by shadows. She hoped she would be able to wander the streets uninterrupted. Well now, this is a coincidence. It's been a while. Ethel, isn't it? But her hopes were soon scuppered. There was a man on the other side of the road, a man who looked almost as washed out as Ethel. It was hard to see in the dark, even with the street lamps illuminating the gray, gloomy pavement, but Ethel recognized the man well enough. He must have been in his 50s now, but he'd been younger when Ethel had first met him, 31, 32. She wasn't sure. He had a lined face which spoke of his encroaching age, though it was lined in such a way that traces of the young man had once been Though it was lined in such a way that traces of the young man he'd once been could still be seen. His jaw was still firm, his nose? Aquiline? I don't believe I've actually seen that word in a while either. And his eyes were striking. The man had a full head of hair despite his age, and it was more sandy brown than gray, shot through with only a few lighter strands. He wasn't a bad-looking man. He was definitely no monster, but Ethel still shrunk away from him. She knew him, but that did little to endear him to him. This was Mr. Brown, one of Ethel's teachers back in primary school. Mr. Brown had been one of the few male teachers at Oxbury Primary. In fact, he had been the only male teacher, and he had stood out from the rest, not just because of his gender, but because of his sheer size. He had been a mountain of a man, so much he had to stoop to enter and exit the classroom. He had been head and shoulders above Miss Pierce, Miss Spurgett, and Miss Malis? Mollis. Quite literally. Funny that I was able to get Pierce and Spurgett, but the last one is the one that trips me up. Ethel had always found Mr. Brown intimidating, what with his sheer vastness, not to mention his voice, which had been deep and booming. Ethel, granted, had been a great deal shorter herself back when she had been in primary school, but Mr. Brown didn't look any less intimidating over a decade later. Ethel had grown while Mr. Brown had not, but he still eclipsed her. Mr. Brown was taller than Rowan, who had shot up when he started secondary school. Taller, too, than her father, who had played basketball when he was younger. He was easily taller than 6 feet. He could even be pushing. He even could have been pushing 7. Mr. Brown was a vast mountain of a man with large hands and large feet. His coat seemed too small to contain him. Ethel had been afraid of Mr. Brown as a young girl, and little had changed. She was still afraid of him. Ethel shrunk back, shaking. What was Mr. Brown doing outside so very late? It was strange, but... Aw. Huh. That explained it. He must have been walking his dog. Mr. Brown's dog was a curious sight. It was the polar opposite of its owner. Small and runty, where Mr. Brown was tall and wide. The dog and the owner were so mismatched it was almost comical. The diminutive dog, was he a spaniel? Ethel wasn't sure. It was so tiny, Ethel worried Mr. Brown might step on it by accident. Ethel hadn't known that Mr. Brown had a dog. She didn't know much about Mr. Brown at all. She hadn't thought about him in years. It was the spaniel. Yes, Ethel was sure of it. Was sure that it was a spaniel. A new addition to his family. Well, whatever. It didn't really matter. Ethel? Ethel's shocked silence must have perturbed Mr. Brown, because he sounded concerned when he said, "You are Ethel, aren't you? Ethel Briggs. It's been a while since I saw you, but I remember you. I don't forget any of my students." Oh, Aw? Yes, I'm Ethel. I am, sorry? I thought as much. It's nice to know I'm not going completely senile. I take it you're back home from university then. Oh, yes. You're going to Durham? Yes. Did my parents tell you that? Aye, they did. Jude told me. It's only like slightly perturbing me. Just passing by. I hope you're having a good time with this game. I certainly am, and thank you. It's funny that like I was kind of lamenting that I was kind of like making jabs about this game being very, very English. But at the same time, I'm able to recognize that, oh, that's pronounced Brown. And like him saying I, considering that there's like a bunch of words that I end up spelling like using the English way. Like armor and color, I tend to put the U in it. But brown, I type in a very American way where there's no E. And then I also say I a lot instead of saying yes. And part of that, I don't even know if I picked up either just from... I don't know when I started saying I so much. Just happenstance, I guess. Oh, do you see my parents very much then? Oh, aye. We go to the pub quiz together sometimes, in Wrexham. Your father can be very competitive. Ethel didn't disbelieve that. Jude had always been a bit of a know-it-all. He was the sort of man who liked to watch quiz shows solely so he could yell at the contestants for getting things wrong. And woe betide they loused up any questions on classic rock. Woe betide they loused. Painfully English. That was Jude's specialty. Ethel couldn't imagine her mother joining in a pub quiz all that enthusiastically, but she probably went along for the drinks and the peanuts. Ethel had been to the pub in Wrexham with her parents a couple of times, and Lauren got on rather well with the proprietor, old Jerry. He'd always made a show of IDing Lauren whenever she ordered a pint, though it wasn't really necessary. Listen, if you can keep getting ID, that's a very good thing. Even if it's just somebody trying to stroke your ego. Lauren might have been a mother of 3, and she took great pains to ensure her makeup was just so, but she was clearly early 42. It was impossible that anybody might mistake her for a teenager, but Lauren still liked the attention. She thrived on it. I've been seeing quite a bit of your parents, actually, after Evie's funeral. Your mom helped me with the arrangements, with all the refreshments. Mum. Her help was invaluable. Ah, now that sounded familiar. Ethel thought her mother might have mentioned at some point or another that her old primary school teacher's wife had died recently. She hadn't given it much thought, but she supposed her mother must have been talking about Mr. Brown. He was the only male teacher she had, and Ethel didn't think that Miss Pierce, Miss Brigitte, or Miss Mayles had been having any clandestine lesbian affairs on the sly. They were all too old-fashioned. Ethel wondered briefly if Mr. Brown expected her to comment on his wife's passing, but she was spared the need when he continued once more, readjusting his grip on the dog's lead. I've been curious about you too. You were one of my better students, even among all the five-year kiddos. So I ask about you sometimes. I hope you don't mind. Ethel did mind, as it happened. She didn't like being spoken about behind her back, even if the talk was all positive. She didn't know how to articulate this, however, without sounding rude. Stuck for words, Ethel looked at her feet and said, "Oh, no, it's fine." Your parents are quite proud of you, you know. They can't stop boasting about you. Ethel thought that was highly unlikely. She might have gotten to a good university, and maybe she was doing well academically, but her parents had never placed much stock in highfalutin things like degrees. Neither of her parents had been to university. Jude had joined the workforce as soon as he had been able. He apprenticed as a plumber, and Lauren hadn't even finished secondary school. She had packed in school altogether when she'd been 15, so she could pursue her dreams of superstardom. Unfortunately for Lauren, however, these dreams hadn't come to fruition. She had done some modeling for trashy tabloids for a few years before debuting as an actress in a few sleazy low-budget flicks Ethel had never wanted to see. Lauren had wound up settling down and starting a family with Jude when she was only 21, her age. Ethel thought with a shiver, though she'd never seemed particularly bitter about her lot in life. Ethel had never taken much of an interest in her daughter's creative or academic pursuits, though she'd not been dismissive of them either. Lauren had driven Ethel all the way to Wrexham once a week for her violin lessons with Miss Manderley, lessons she had paid for without complaining. She had seemed pleasant too when Ethel had been accepted into her university of choice, though her pleasure hadn't been much more. I don't know why this is like tripping me up so much more than literally everything else. She had seemed pleased too when Ethel had been accepted into her university of choice, though her pleasure hadn't been much more effusive than a benign, "Oh, that's nice, dear. I suppose we'll have to get your student grant sorted out then, eh?" Ethel found it hard to believe that her mother had been boasting about her academically talented daughter. Lauren would have been more inclined to boast if Ethel had started to dress more fashionably, or if she had learned how to apply eyeliner without making her eyes water, or if she started her own successful TikTok channel. Lauren had a TikTok account of her own, where she filmed herself putting on makeup, taking off makeup, showing her nails, and singing along to her favorite pop songs. Lauren was actually fairly successful on the platform, and she had managed to rack up over 300,000 followers in the span of 2 years. That's not bad. She sometimes did sponsorships with makeup brands, and it was her newfound fame which had paid for Minnie's fancy gaming PC, Jude's new guitar, and the family's holiday in Australia. It's very interesting to kind of play a game and like have modern social media mentioned, but it's not something that the main character kind of does. Like, yeah, she knows what TikTok is. She understands what TikTok is. She's not completely separated from it, but she has, or at least it has been kind of like shown off so far, that she doesn't really have like a super deep interest in it. But meanwhile, there's other people that are like much closer to her that have successful influencer careers, and are using that to help budget their family's expenses and vacations. Like, it's a really interesting contrast. Also, you can very barely make out an English phone booth. No, you're thinking of TikTok clock. That's what they call Bing Ben. If Ethel had been like Lauren, bouncing and cheerful, Ethel imagined her mother might have been more inclined to boast about her. But as it was, Ethel thought it was doubtful. It wasn't hard to imagine that Mr. Brown cared about Ethel's academic achievements more than her own parents did. Still, it was kind of him, Ethel supposed, to bother spitting her a white lie like that. He must have been trying to cheer her up. Oh, I'm sorry. Where are my manners? You'll be on your Christmas holidays now, won't you? I doubt you want to talk about university much right now. Oh, not really. I thought as much. I'm sorry for bringing it up. I don't want to make you feel uncomfortable. The thought was appreciated, but Ethel thought it was rather too late for that. She already felt uncomfortable. That wasn't necessarily Mr. Brown's fault, however. She felt uncomfortable about most things in life. That was just how she was. I'd leave you on your merry way. Then I am curious. What are you doing going out for a walk at this hour? It's very dark outside, and I think it might start raining soon. Are you sure you'll be alright? Thank you, but I'll be fine. Are you sure? Ethel nodded. I have my phone with me, and I even brought my dad's old torch if it gets too dark. It should be able to light the way, but I won't be gone long. I just wanted to go looking for bats. Bats? Yes, in night jars. My dad took me out to look for them sometimes, when I was little. I know my way around the forest, so it should be fine. If you say so. Mr. Brown didn't look wholly reassured, but he didn't try to question Ethel further. Maybe he didn't have the time for it. His dog was beginning to tug on his lead, yipping fiercely as he did. Mr. Brown's dog might have been small, but he had quite the set of lungs on him, and he clearly wasn't afraid of using them. It looks like his lordship here's getting hungry. I can't keep him waiting. Not if I don't want him to wake up half the blasted village. I should be off now. But do take care of yourself. I know you're great. Oh my god. I know you're a great ground lass by now, but the woods can be perilous at night, even if you have a torch and you know your way. The woods are a lot bigger than they look. I wouldn't want you getting lost, and you do know what happened to the Delaney girl, don't you? Well, of course Ethel knew what happened to the Delaney girl. Everybody in Oxbury did. It had been quite the topic of conversation when it had happened. Ethel hadn't been living in Oxbury then. She just started university in Durham, and she had been trying desperately to keep her head above the water, but Lauren had told her all about it. Her mother had called her, breathless, to tell that a girl had gone missing. And it wouldn't be the first time either. Don't you remember that Chloe girl? You were still in primary school at the time, but that caused such a stir too. I wonder if the cases are related. Ethel hadn't liked the way her mother had talked about the girl's disappearance, as though it was some amusing piece of gossip, no different from who was dating who on Love Island. Love Island's definitely... Is Love Island still airing? Like... I legitimately don't know. She had found it rather tasteless. Ethel hadn't known the missing girl. She had not been a local of Oxbury. According to the local paper, she'd been staying there for a few days with a couple of relatives, and she didn't remember her name. And she didn't remember her first name. Love Island has a UK and US version now. Damn, so it's still going. I'm honestly surprised. She thought it had been something unusual though, something exotic. India, maybe. Indigo? Well, in any case, the girl had last been sighted near the edge of the woods by the dog walker. They also got rid of the unlimited drinks policy. That's probably a very, very good change for various reasons. If you ever could ask to be on a reality TV show, please don't do it. Please don't do it for your own safety. The police had combed every inch of the forest, but her body had never been discovered. If there was a body to uncover at all. It was possible she had grown bored of being stuck in Oxbury, and she had run away. There's no guarantee she had come to a sticky end, and neither was there any evidence, but Ethel still wondered. And so, it seemed, did Mr. Brown. It had been almost 3 years since the young Miss Delaney's disappearance, but I had cast something of a pall over Oxbury. As a teacher, Mr. Brown must have been more concerned than most. He had spent the better part of his life looking after small children, cleaning skinned knees and breaking up arguments over who stole whose favorite toy. Ethel could hardly fault Mr. Brown for worrying, but his concern still rankled. There was something uncomfortably cloying about it. Did Mr. Brown still regard her as a child? Was that why he was lecturing her? Ethel was 21 now, but she knew Mr. Brown would never regard her as an adult in her own right. How could he, when he'd known her as a 9-year-old? This realization was an uncomfortable one. It made Ethel cringe. I'll be fine, really. I know my way around and I have my phone. If I do get lost, I can call for help. Who Ethel would call if she got lost exactly was a mystery even to her. She could hardly call her parents, given they were in Australia, and she knew she wouldn't have the courage to call the police. Ethel would have hesitated to dial 999 even if her home had been broken into by a couple of machete-wielding muggers. She wouldn't have wanted to be a burden. Maybe Mr. Brown realized this. He had known Ethel for several years, but he chose, rather tactfully, not to comment upon it. Instead, he nodded and said, "Very good. Take care then. And make sure you come back before it rains, aye?" "Thank you. I'll, see you later?"
"I'm sure you will. If you need anything while your parents are away, remember, Sparky and I are just a few doors down."
Sparky? Was that the name of Mr. Brown's dog? Ethel supposed it must have been. Though what a small dog like Sparky could possibly do to help her, or anybody for that matter, was a mystery. Ethel doubted she would have cause to call Mr. Brown, or on Sparky, during the ensuing days, but she didn't say this. Shocked here, by the way, is UK talking about the UK? Because this game is set in the UK. Also, Welcome. Suki goes live. For some reason, I was struggling very hard to read. For some reason, I wanted to read that as like Totsugeki. You can see the little UK phone booth here. Instead, she nodded and thanked Mr. Brown, who smiled in return.
Good night then, Ethel. I hope you have luck finding your bats.
I hope so too. Ethel hadn't much luck during the last few months, not since the start of her third and final year at university. She could have used a bit of good fortune. Mr. Brown gave Ethel a brief wave with the hand which wasn't occupied with Sparky's leash and turned. Mr. Brown's footsteps faded away, as did the sounds of Sparky's indignant yapping, though this took far longer to fade. You're so lucky. I was genuinely thinking about taking like a sec to drink water too, because I wanted to drink. Just need Banii to do a full British accent. I refuse. Hang on. First let me drink before I go off on this, because like, technically speaking, there's like 3 different ways of doing like a British accent. I also don't know why I'm now hearing like the water droplets in the background, like right after that water game. Like either it was there before and I was just completely not paying attention, or now it's subconsciously present. But because I know that there's different dialects depending on where, and depending on like which region. I don't know why I'm clearing my throat when like it's all just about tongue placement. But the main way that I know, I hate doing this, especially because I haven't really practiced it for. I haven't really practiced having to speak in this type of manner. The main way that I at least know about the quote-unquote British accent is mostly due to tongue placement, where English speakers on a general sense speak with their tongue a lot more flat and like in the front of the mouth, so it gets a little. All that really changes is how it is where you really keep the tongue and where you speak. But unfortunately, for like most Americans, the way that they typically speak is with the tongue like slightly further coiled to the back, where I don't know. I can't like really explain it well. I can't explain it in the sense of being somebody who is used to speaking with their tongue naturally just kind of always in the back. But when it comes to putting on an English accent, it is mostly just about putting the tongue kind of slightly forward. But I also know that there's different accents based off of where, there's like 3 different ones I can't exactly fully remember. and it always throws me off. And I also never really had to practice in my higher registry while using English accent. So, very kind of off the cuff, I guess. It's weird. But also trying to do that while also trying to pronounce in different languages, while trying to read in different voices. I could probably do it. I'd probably need to do a little bit more practice with it though. Way more than 3 axes in the UK. It changes by town and country. I'm British. I'm sorry. But also thank you for enlightening me. And I also apologize if I butcher anything. The 3 main ones were, like, kind of... I used to remember them too. Not like how to do them. I used to remember the names for them. I think one was Cockney. County, not country. We all make honest mistakes, even if... Yeah, what was that sound? It's like states, but way smaller. I know what a county is. We have counties, unfortunately, in America. Then she spun on her heels. It was time to go to the forest. Ethel began to walk through the village once more, picking her way through the latticework of shadows which slowly lengthened on the ground. You can tell I'm British when I don't know shit. Liz, we're all allowed not to know certain things about other places outside of where we live. At a certain point, that's just kind of an American staple at this point. Not knowing anything beyond, like, the 5 miles of where you live. Her footfalls were dull on the pavement, a series of muted sounds which offered little competition when contrasted with the mournful moaning of the wind. Still being human as allowed, I ain't gonna judge you. Thank you. Meanwhile, I'm still gonna spell certain words with the O and still use I, even though it's gonna completely throw people off. Judging K is okay. It had been freezing when Ethel first stepped outdoors, but the wind was beginning to pick up now. It tugged at her braided hair, and she shivered. She should have expected poor weather, given it was very early January, but she was still surprised by just how frigid it was. Thank you for the follow. I was gonna say Totsugeki again. Thank you for the follow, Suki Ghost Live. What was the temperature? It must have been in the single digits. Judge K. See, bullying you is worth it. Ethel looked up at the sky, which hung above her, dark and mysterious. I also didn't mention it before, or I haven't mentioned it yet, but the music used for this is a lot more varied and interesting than especially from It Gets a Lonely Here and Glass Heart. The clouds were grim, foreboding even, but they didn't look numerous enough to promise rain. Maybe Mr. Brown had been wrong about the weather. But Mr. Brown was a sensible man, and it seemed unlikely he would make a mistake, even, or perhaps especially, about something as mundane as the weather. She would have to be quick about her walk if she didn't want to get drenched. She would step into the woods and make a neat circuit about the trees. Then, after 15 minutes, she would head back. Yes, that would be fine. She wouldn't wander too far. What was the point? I also have to be smart about this. Thank you for the follow. Feel free to either join the Discord down below or also follow me on Blue Sky. I usually don't stream on the weekends, but I ended up having to push the stream from yesterday back until today. So I capped up info with that on the Discord, and I probably should have been a little bit more clear about that on Blue Sky, but whatever, we're here now. It wasn't like Oxberry's forest was all that exciting either. It was a dreamlike manner that Ethel navigated the streets. As she did, the wind blew. It sounded sad, like a wounded animal. Maybe coming out here was a mistake after all. What was the point in coming all the way out here anyway? There was nothing that Ethel really wanted to do in the woods. She was just trying to run away from the responsibilities, like she had after Clementine. But Ethel didn't want to think about it. It was with uncertain eyes that Ethel glanced about the dense woodland which surrounded her. In a distance, somewhere far above her head, an owl hooted. The sound split the air quite suddenly, and Ethel jumped. She hadn't expected it. She could feel her pulse hammering uncomfortably in the base of her neck. Kay was the one who dragged me here. It's really fun to watch so fair. Thank you. I was gonna say special case because like this time it's Yuri. But no, I've been streaming like I've been streaming the last few Fridays have been mostly Ebi-hime's work. Which has kind of just ended up turning like the past few Fridays into like a Yuri day. Granted, I did also stream 14 on Thursday and do most of the MSQ for that, and that can also be categorized as technically Yuri stream too. But yeah, I hope you enjoy your stay. Ethel had been in the forest many times before, sometimes with her parents and sometimes with her brothers, but more often than not on her own, but it felt different tonight. Yuri is very welcome here and is often very present, even if the game doesn't have the tag for it. Or in Vanquish's case, it was Strange Old Man Yaoi. FF14, I do frequently. Well, now that I have a sub again, I am going to try and stream it a little bit more. Bullying K is also a good reason to show up and hang out and chat too. Maybe it was because of Mr. Brown's warning. That Delaney girl was on Ethel's mind. It felt almost as if she was watching her from the shadows, giggling at Ethel's unease. There was something disconcerting about the woods tonight. Something devouring. I should also mention, it's not just Yuri. It has been toxic Yuri for the past couple of Fridays. Old Man Yaois need to balance out the Yuri. Old Man Yaoi is allowed and permitted, and maybe it is necessary to maybe a little bit of Yaoi is necessary to balance out the very, I was gonna say palpable, the level of toxic Yuri that has been the running theme for like the past few weeks on the weekends. Toxic to me. Toxic, parentheses, consensual. It seemed almost to be inviting her, but beneath its courtly, oh my god. I am trying so hard. Because it is cordiality. There lurks something uncompromising. When Ethel closed her eyes, she thought she could even hear strange whispers upon the breeze. But surely that was silly. Consensual, non-consensual, toxic Yuri. I will bite my tongue before I implicate myself. Nothing lived in a forest apart from rabbits, mice, and the odd badger. There was nothing waiting in the woods for her. She was being stupid. Ethel took a deep breath. Then she stepped forwards. The loose leaves strewn on the cold, hard ground, crunching beneath her soles, and once again an owl hooted. It was... I should have... All I can say is that Glass Heart really was a, Glass Heart and It Gets So Lonely Here were both very... insightful. Experiences to have on stream. That much I can say. No idea what you mean, officer. There's nothing bad going on here. The loose leaves strewn on cold, hard ground crunched beneath her soles, and once again an owl hooted. This time, however, it didn't startle her. She was prepared for it. Ethel continued to tramp through the woods, her father's chunky torch in hand. It wasn't a very reliable source of light. It kept gutting in and out, but at least it had a dual purpose. If push came to shove, she was ready to set upon some miscreant. It was heavy enough that she could use it as a weapon. Ethel doubted anybody would attack her, however, despite Mr. Brown's warnings. She was in Oxbury, for goodness sake. It wasn't the sort of place where people were attacked. Hell, not even the missing Delaney girl had been attacked. She had simply disappeared. Besides, it wasn't like Ethel had anything on her that was worth stealing. Her phone was an old Samsung, at least 6 generations out of date. I take offense to that. Why specifically did it have to be Samsung? Why am I consistently catching strays? So delightfully, so delightfully archaic in the current year that Clementine had laughed at her. I can't game on my Samsung. It gets too hot. That's the entire reason I wasn't able to play Near Reincarnation. She had always joked that Ethel's phone belonged to Sam. Ethel hadn't bothered to bring her wallet with her either. There weren't any shops open this late. There were scarcely any shops in Oxbury at all, save for the corner shop owned by the Lilly family that closed at 6 o'clock. Oh, I can't carry Nokia. I'm not allowed. That almost came out worse than I was expecting it to be. No, I don't have a Nokia. I do not carry deadly weapons on me when I go out. I was gonna say I'm not allowed to carry deadly weapons. 6 had already come, then passed, and a long time ago. Listen, I can barely. I have a hard enough time answering questions with all these different concoctions on my waist anyway. I can't have... If I have anything bigger than like a pen, the guardsmen will start getting a little bit more suspicious. Now it was almost 9 o'clock and Ethel could feel it. The wind blew, uncomfortably cold, trailing its invisible fingers across Ethel's cheeks. Mr. Brown had warned that it might rain, but it felt so cold. Snow was beginning to seem more likely. Though it had been cold for the last month, it hadn't snowed yet. It had been a predictably British sort of Christmas. Not white, but brown and grey and squatty. Just gonna keep my thoughts to myself after hearing anything bigger than a pen. Listen. Is the tag still there? The R18 plus tag is not for anything pertaining to me. It is because I am unable to control myself when I am reading some of Ebi's work. I realize that I can't not have that there after how Glassheart went. There had been no pure white sheets of incorruptible snow, nor even a few token powdery flakes falling from the sky. There had, however, been rain, and plenty of it. Rain which had tipped it down in stair rods on Christmas Eve and Boxing Day. Me-side is different. Listen. Me-side was different. That one I kind of knew what I was walking into, but I wasn't ready for how far I was gonna go. My thoughts myself, thank you. Don't worry, you're not going to be able to control what I think or how I sound. It hadn't rained on Christmas itself, which had been something of a small mercy, but it had been continuously cloudy and overcast throughout the holy day. Ethel hadn't gone outside on Christmas, though her parents and her brothers had. They asked if she'd like to take a turn in the woods herself, to get some color into her cheeks, but Ethel had declined these generous invitations. Ethel thought it would be too muddy, and she hadn't wanted to twist her ankle. Fortunately, it hadn't rained at all the ensuing week. The forest floor might once have been squelching mud and mire, but now the dirt was reassuringly cold and compact. Ethel was unsure whether that would last for very long. However, if it really did begin to rain. The moon overhead was round and full that night, just like a perfect pearl, an earring nestled in the ear of a beautiful woman. Lauren had nagged Ethel to get her own ears pierced, but Ethel had never wanted to go along with it. She worried that it would hurt, and anyway, she hadn't really seen the point in it. I'm admittedly a lot of the same way. I really do appreciate and respect like the artistry of tattoos and such, and especially if they're on a pretty girl, but I can't. I am much too afraid of pain to get one, or even to get like a piercing. She didn't understand the appeal of poking holes in herself, not so she could gussy herself up with studs and hoops and glinting bits of gold. She had no interest in making herself a target of any thieving magpies. Lauren had always laughed at Ethel's unease. Don't be so dopey. Heaps of girls even younger than you get their ears pierced. I was only 7 when I had mine done, and it didn't hurt at all. But Ethel remained firm. I'm too afraid of infection. Infections can be really bad. I've seen, some people, yeah, no. You have to be very careful about that process, or else it can be really bad. Stuff always looks better on other pretty girls. Exactly. See, you understand. She could be stubborn about the strangest of things. Strangest of things. Lauren had been bemused by her daughter's indifference, but she hadn't pushed the issue. Not too much, at least. Instead, Lauren had shrugged and said, "Oh well, suit yourself. You are being daft, though, Effie." Huh? Of course I do, I'm less mean as well. Congratulations! Welcome to the Women Appreciator Club, though you might have also been here longer than me. That was how most of Ethel's conversations with her mother went. She was always calling her dad. Sometimes Ethel took offense, even though it was a very mild insult. Better even than the things kids said on the playground. 2020, definitely. Well, maybe we might be tied. I'd have to check my registration card. Sometimes, however, she thought that her mother had a point. She really was daft. Technically longer, but trans. If you started in 2020, then no, you were longer than me. She is being daft right now, wandering through the woods so very late at night. Though, because I only started really identifying as an NB around 2020. So theoretically, we might be tied. Those two, one after another. Oh, that was. Those two, one right after another. It was like very intimidating. And I also don't know why one says it's uncoil and the other one was a line request. But still, she didn't stop. But thank you for the water. Same as identified. Knew it. You know what makes that very... I was girl in 2022, but I always preferred females. I started identifying as NB in like 2020, but before then I always knew that I kind of like wanted more... I wanted more of like a kind of... I ended up realizing that the term that I would end up using would be like princess for princess type of relationship, but that's different. I was just looking through my points thing and I was like, I haven't had to use that one in a while. Now I'm like embarrassed. Hi, honey. I really haven't had to do that in a while. I don't even know if I wanted to do it like that. You're so lucky that I'm very indecisive about stuff like this. Because I don't know if I wanted to do it as... Wait, I don't know if it changed. I might have just did that for free. Because I started trying to use my phone as the plate manager. So I'm looking at... I might have just done that for free. Oh no. So, my actual OBS on my right, shows the uncoil and shows the pet Fifi. That one is normal, that one is fine, that was normal. But I've been trying to use my phone more, and so I look to my left, and then I saw the redeem line request and then the hi honey, which I know I haven't used in a while, so I don't know if the phone simply hadn't been updated or if it was wrong. So I'm confusing myself. The chat and everything is perfectly fine. That is all accurate. That's still normal. But the point redemptions are saying two different things on the two different pages. Thanks for hi honeying me. You're welcome. I'm such a mess. You're welcome. You can't make me bring that back. I caught it before I heard Kay say it to me. I'm not bringing that back. I can hear your frustration. Because I'm confused as to why it says that on my own chat. Thank you. It's still so hard to even say that. I'm not gonna let you get that idea out. She kept on walking, the foliage crunching underfoot. Sometimes Ethel liked to imagine that she was a heroine from a romantic poem when she wandered through the woods. A nameless beauty, Lord Byron, might have committed to paper, who walked with all the grace of the night itself. This is only going to make me worse when the poison starts happening. But Ethel knew that this was nothing more than a fantasy. She was, in all aspects, hopelessly plain. Maybe that was why Clementine had... Shut up. No, Ethel wasn't going to think about that. Poison. Yes, poison. She did have to think about her thesis, however. It was weighing on her. Why, she wondered, had she been silly enough to write her thesis on romantic poets when they focused so intensely, obsessively even, on things which were beautiful? If they weren't waxing poetic on beautiful women, then they were writing on the beauties of nature, of lakes and forests and hills, and dizzyingly high cliffs capped with snow. I don't know what you're talking about, officer. I don't know what those words even mean. You're lucky that I can't read. Sometimes Ethel liked to read about the beauties of nature. It was rare that she liked to read about beautiful women. No, I am being sabotaged on all sides. The former was uplifting, but the latter was just depressing. Was that why she was struggling with her thesis so much? Was it the subject matter? Ethel didn't think that she had lost interest in her poetry, but her enthusiasm had definitely dwindled. Indeed, I am on Blue Skies. Feel free. Blue Skies. Yes, I am on Blue Sky. Feel free to follow me there. Maybe it was inevitable when Clementine had been the one to pique her interest in the subject. Clementine had always been very passionate about poetry, romantic poetry in particular. But reading these old poems with Clementine, Ethel had found something in them to appreciate herself, something she had never noticed before. But maybe it wasn't the words of these old poems she had appreciated, but the way they sounded in Clementine's mouth when she spoke them. Getting attacked on here by a certain someone. I am moderately versed in maybe self-defense until I can't say that. I can't say that. That'll be used against me forever. I can't say that. That'll be used against me forever. Had Ethel only pretended to be interested in poetry because she wanted to have more in common with Clementine. Is it so hard to not be gay? It is so hard not to be gay for pretty girls. In retrospect, they seemed depressingly likely. Ethel had wanted Clementine to like her. She had been almost lavish in the ways she followed her about, laughing at all her jokes a little too loudly, affirming that yes, of course, all of her essays were wonderfully original. She had even offered to be Clementine's caddy when they had been on campus. Ethel had been too happy to buy Clementine drinks from the vending machine or snacks from the student shop whenever she so desired. Ethel wanted Clementine to like her so badly for such a long time. Duh. CK, you have a little admirer. Then Clementine had liked her, and it had been wonderful. For over a year, Ethel had been suspended upon the clouds. Nothing could have hurt her until it all came crashing down. Had that been inevitable? Maybe she should have expected it. Ethel shuddered. Why could I not read? She felt very, very cold and uncomfortable alongside it. This coldness did not abate the further Ethel walked into the woods. An icy chill coiled inside her guts, clenching around about her heart like a vice. So I suppose cases should I not? That sounds dangerous. She could feel it too upon the crown of her head, trickling down her neck. Shoulders get flustered for all those pretty girls in her head. I already do. She could feel. Oh. Was that rain? It looked like Mr. Brown had been right. The rain came slowly at first, and irregularly, but it didn't take long before spears of the stuff started pelting down. Aww, that's cute. The rain made everything look faint and blurry, as if it was being viewed through a filter. Something in the undergrowth rustled, and Ethel glanced in its direction, the wind whipping her hair about her face. What was that? Should we expose gay? For some reason, I don't think they're all too against that. Ethel knew the answer that was probably nothing, or it wasn't nothing. There was a small, insignificant sort of something. It must have been a rabbit seeking shelter from the rain. That, or a vole, or maybe a sodden squirrel. There was nothing for Ethel to worry about, apart from the miserable weather, of course. Ethel shouldn't have ventured so far into the woods, but it was too late to worry about that now. She couldn't double back on herself in hopes of avoiding the rain. Her home was a good half-hour walk away. How far did you walk that it was already half an hour? Ethel had come further than she had meant to, and had fallen, quite literally, off the beaten path. The trees now rose up about her, dark and ominous, like mute watchmen standing sentinel. Ethel looked about worriedly. She had no idea when the rain was going to stop, but she doubted it would be any time soon. She had to take shelter somewhere, but where? What about the church? St. Catherine's was an old crooked building which bordered on the forest. It was located on the fringe of Oxbury, away from the rest of the houses. Ethel's parents weren't religious, but her grandmother was, and she had taken Ethel to St. Catherine's a few times in the past, mostly for Easter, and Christmas services, where they sang hymns praising a god none of them put all that much stock in. Ethel wasn't very religious either. She must have inherited it from her father, just like his freckles. But she did wonder, on occasion, if the world was governed by some greater power nobody could see. Ethel had even tried praying a few times, as it happened, to see if some mysterious greater being would answer. But she had felt silly and self-conscious, even though she had been on her own, and she'd soon stopped. She hadn't been able to rid herself of the mental image of her father, scoffing as he said, "God, what a load of bollocks," and the only Sorry. I'm laughing because I really do like Jimi Hendrix, but like... God, what a load of bollocks. The only god I believe in is Jimi Hendrix. Ethel hadn't been about to pray to Jimi Hendrix. I mean, a guitar isn't too far from a violin. You could get something out of it, maybe. She wasn't about to pray to him, of course, and the mere idea had been so silly it had dampened her momentary religious musings. Ethel still wasn't sure if she believed in God, but if he did exist, she was sure he wouldn't mind if she took shelter in one of his churches for a while. If she could avoid the worst of the rain, then she would have nothing negative to say on the subject of organized religion in the foreseeable future. That's very... load of bollocks. He is a very old-timey kind of guy from everything that she has said so far. Or everything that's been described so far. It wasn't like Ethel had any particular vendetta against Christianity anyway, not like her father who railed against it as being illogical and impractical. G had found a lot of things illogical and impractical. Ethel knew that her love for English literature ranked quite highly on his list. Ethel bit her lip. Then she began to pick her way through the forest. The rain was coming down even harder now, thick and fast and unforgiving, and it obscured her vision. It didn't help that it was dark either. The light from Jude's old torch wasn't doing much to help. It was hard for Ethel to keep her footing. The floor was mulchy and was festooned with roots, arched, raised things which threatened to trip Ethel at every step. Ethel sidestepped the thorn bush and very nearly walked smack dab into a tree, though she was able to circumnavigate it just in time. That had been a close call. As little as Ethel enjoyed being rained on, she enjoyed the thought of breaking a limb even less. I am kind of also mortified of ever breaking a bone or anything. Ethel continued to walk, picking up speed as she did. The church wasn't so far away now. She would be able to duck inside and dry herself off, provided, of course, that the door was unlocked. She broke through the last line of trees, her clothes sticking to her skin like terrapulin? I have no idea what that is. And looked up at St. Catherine's. Broke my arm once, and that was enough for me. I can't imagine. Genuinely unimaginable pain. The idea of any type of bone or anything. Hate it. The church was small and squat, and it did look oddly imposing in the dark. Its tiled roofing superimposed against the wickedly thin crescent moon. St. Catherine's arched wooden door loomed over Ethel as she approached it, almost consuming in the darkness. Ethel had been sure she would be able to take shelter here, like the persecuted Esmeralda and the Hunchback of Notre Dame, but maybe not. Um, I probably should read that, or at the very least, like actually watch that movie. It wouldn't be too surprising if the warden had locked the church come sunset. It wouldn't do. It wouldn't do to have vandals laying waste to its interior, making off with the burnished bronze candlesticks and the prayer mats. Honestly, I was so full of adrenaline, I didn't feel most of it. I hear that's the case. Whenever like you break a bone or something significant happens, like adrenaline numbs it, but the idea of even looking at my hand and it is in the wrong direction, I don't like it. Ethel didn't think there was anything wrong, worth nicking in Saint Catherine's, but some people would take anything if it wasn't nailed down. Tarpaulin. It's like a waterproof cover sheet you put over objects you don't want to get wet. Oh, that's yeah, no. I think a lot of other people, usually blue and opaque, those are fair to see. I think those are like God, I'm forgetting the name of them. Because it's not like the car mat things, because a lot of people put those over their cars so people don't know that, like, oh, they're like a really valuable car, so that people wouldn't steal it, but that's kind of a self-defeating thing. But no, I think a lot of people typically also have those for like grills and stuff so it doesn't get messed up by the rain. They're used for when it's gonna rain, you have stuff that shouldn't be caught in the rain. Yep. It wasn't like there was much else to do in Oxbury other than look for the potentially decomposing corpse of the presumably dead Delaney girl. But now she had come this far, she felt compelled to try. It would be foolish to back down now. Ethel paused to wipe her brow free of rainwater. Not that it much mattered, really, given how fiercely the rain was still pouring down. Use those to keep my firewood dry when I lived in the woods. Those are also really good for. Like an actual authentic fireplace, they're really nice. Then she reached for the wooden door of St. Catherine's. She pressed her palm against the door and pushed inwards. She didn't expect the door to give way beneath her touch. She was starting to feel decidedly pessimistic, but Ethel gasped, surprised, as the door cleaved beneath her touch. So, it was open after all. That was reassuring. Ethel pushed against the door with more strength than before, and the door swung inwards. The door was heavy, but it offered little resistance, creaking loudly like some subterranean monster. Ethel could see a sliver of the church through the gap which emerged, and she could see it was dark. This, however, was to be expected. It was very late at night. It seemed unlikely that there would be anybody else there at such an hour. She would have been alarmed, in fact, if there was. It came as a great surprise, therefore, when Ethel finally slipped inside the building and saw her. That dress is so pretty. There was a girl standing in a chancel framed by the stained glass window. Ethel couldn't see the girl's face, but she could see how slender her waist was, how shapely her calves. The girl wasn't dressed for a downpour. She wasn't dressed for a British winter in general, the rain notwithstanding. The girl's clothes were simple, a summer dress cinched in the back with a ribbon. Her legs were bare. She wore no leggings nor any tights. It didn't even look like she was wearing socks. Instead, she wore a pair of sandals which had the slightest suggestion of a heel. The back of the girl's feet were exposed, feet which were arched and raised a couple centimeters above the floor. The girl was only standing, but there was a curious grace to her even as she remained motionless, which made Ethel's heart race. Ethel had yet to see her face, but she didn't need to. She already knew that this girl would be breathtakingly beautiful, would be heartbreakingly beautiful. The girl wasn't even a little damp, not like Ethel. She must have arrived at the church before the rain had started. That, or she had the foresight to bring an umbrella with her. Why, Ethel wondered, hadn't she brought an umbrella too? She could have ducked back inside after Mr. Brown had warned her about the rain to retrieve one. Wouldn't that have been the sensible thing to do? Ethel hadn't wanted to do the sensible thing, however. She hadn't wanted to listen to Mr. Brown. Mr. Brown had been her teacher once, and she had wanted to prove herself she wasn't a child anymore, that she no longer had to take his advice. How very wrong she was. Once more, her mother's cheering castigations returned to Ethel. Oh well, suit yourself. You are being daft though, Effie. Why was it that all the adults in her life seemed to know better than she did? Lauren had never been to university, neither had June, but they were far more sensible. Maybe it was because, no matter what Ethel liked to tell herself, she wasn't a real adult herself. She was still a child, a little girl playing pretend. But there was little sense standing there sadly, smelling a protractor. Smelling of protractor, slowly dribbling rainwater all over the uneven stone floor. The girl was not simply standing there, she was singing. Ethel recognized the song which tumbled from her lips, pure and clear as spring water. It was Ave Maria. Ethel stood there, stunned in silence, into silence. The more the girl sang, the less the rest of the world seemed to matter. The steady pitter-patter of the rain fell away. It simply ceased to exist. For several moments, it was just Ethel and the girl's lovely, lyrical voice. Ethel stood there dumbly, letting the girl's voice wash over her when... Get, water, real quick. Eyes are, very strong on me. I love a girl with eyes. My, what do we have here? It's not thirst, it is parched. Everything. Oh. Ethel jumped as the girl turned about, her bobbed hair fluttering. The girl was standing in such a way that the stained glass window at the back of the church framed her face perfectly. The positioning of it was so perfect, in fact, that it looked like a shot from a movie. The girl, a trained actress, told precisely where to stand. Gonna get going. It's slowly catching. Thank you for stopping by, and thank you again for following. As long as you enjoyed yourself, then that's all that I seek to accomplish. Have a wonderful rest of your morning, noon, or night, no matter when you're watching this. The moonlight which shone through the window backlit the girl's short hair, so it glowed, just like a dark, inverted halo. The girl didn't look like any of the angels Ethel had seen pictured before. However, not the romantic sort with golden locks and baby blues, nor the biblically accurate ones made of flickering flames with hundreds of vast, staring eyes. The girl only had 2 eyes, which were positioned where they should have been, and framed with a sweep of dark lashes. Her nose was snub, and her lips curved upwards into a small smile. Her skin, meanwhile, was very white. She didn't have wings, and neither did she wear a robe, though her pale green dress looked almost angelic. There was too much mischief in her smile for her countenance to be truly seraphic, but she still took Ethel's breath away. Very clever, fitting in seraphic, and then, sure. Yay. Hello, stranger. I've not seen you around before. Not that that's saying much, I guess. I don't know many people around here. Were you watching me? Ethel's face, which always had a pinkish undertone, now turned red. She dropped her gaze to her feet and mumbled, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. So you were watching me. Ethel gnawed on the damp, fleshy inside of her cheek. Girl's hair reminds me of a Canadian flower. I just think she's pretty. I can't think beyond that right now. A few moments of silence passed. Silence which was filled with the steady pitter-patter of the rain outside, which fell on the grass and the dirt and all the tombstones. Ethel could feel her palms beginning to sweat. Slowly, like a mechanical doll in need of recalibrating, she nodded. I thought so. I'm glad you're not a liar. I like honest girls. Girl? Ethel frowned. Manning had taken great offense after being called a boy the moment he started secondary school. He was in year 9 now, but his voice had dropped, and he barely had facial hair, and everybody called him a young man. It's called a Ramona. You can't just say that every girl with a pixie cut is like Ramona Flowers. Why then did Ethel have to be a girl when she was already 21? She was too old for it, wasn't she? Oh. Don't you like being called a girl? I didn't offend you, did I? Green pixie cut. I'm going to really expose myself on this. Not counting the original graphic novel, because let's be honest, we know that a lot of people didn't read it, myself included. The green pixie cut hair, a lot of people currently know her for was only after Takes Off came out. Or at least the one that you'll see gifs of. No, it's fine. I don't mind. I mean, I probably offended you more with my staring. I should have said something. I'm sorry. Aw, you don't need to apologize, silly. I don't mind. You don't? The girl shook her head. I was only teasing. It might be rude to eavesdrop, but I prefer singing when I have a captive audience. Otherwise, it feels a bit pointless. So what did you think? About what? About my singing, obviously. Was it good? Great? The best thing you've ever heard? You were... enchanting. Enchanting, eh? That's a bit more flowery than I was expecting. Do you like reading by any chance? Screen and a beat 'em up by Ubisoft. Listen, only me and like maybe 5 other people bought that. I study English literature at university, so I guess I knew it. You did give me that impression. So the girl took a seat upon the pew, then shot Ethel a look which could only be described as "come hither." With a thin, half-moon smile, she patted the pew, her pale hand cleaving through the darkness. Why don't you come here and talk to me? It feels like it's been an age since I last had a chat with a girl my age, and I'm dying for it. Oxbury's so boring. Okay, maybe I see a little bit of that influence, perhaps. Ethel hung back, abashed, almost afraid at the girl's insistences. Why was this girl so interested in her? She wasn't anything special. It seemed ludicrous, unthinkable even, that she should care. The girl really must have been bored. Was Ethel her last resort? A last-ditch attempt to keep herself amused? Hello? The girl cocked her head to one side, her smile an amused, impish one. Didn't you hear me? I would have thought the rain would have washed those ears of yours out. She's also a little mean. This... I don't think that's a radar. I think that's just warning signs. Thankfully I'm colorblind. Will you come and sit with me? I can hardly have a conversation with you from all the way across the church. I wouldn't mind. Unless you're afraid that I might bite. Ethel allowed herself to think briefly of the girl's bite. A sharp... Ethel allowed herself to think briefly of the girl's bite. Of sharp and scissors digging in... Jesus Christ. Of sharp and scissors digging into her throat like something from a gothic novel, and she shivered. She wasn't sure if she wholly disliked that thought. That thought. And this left her feeling unsettled. Oh, no, it's fine. I'm not afraid. I'll sit. Ethel crossed the church, her soul slapping against the flagstones. Thud, 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 then sat. She was still damp, and the droplets of water slipped from her clothes as she walked. Small puddles tracked her progress from the entrance of the church, with its domed door, all the way to the pew where she settled herself. Ethel's long skirt was clinging to her thighs, and her sweater was uncomfortably damp. Ethel tended to wear baggy, oversized clothes, but the rainwater had rendered them uncomfortably skin-tight. She would have felt self-conscious regardless, being seen in such a state by anybody, even Mr. Brown, but being perceived by a girl as pretty as... whatever her name was, she looked like she could have been Celeste or even a Selene. Wasn't doing her self-esteem any favors. Level 1, we're fast approaching Cat 3. I don't even know why it is so... I can't put to words why it gets me like this so easily. And like... The answer is that I'm gay. That is the only, like, hard answer. Is just... I like various different pretty girls for various different reasons. And these past few events have been spoiling me. Wetly, Ethel looked down at her lap, and wanly, she threaded her fingers together. So, she had sat, just as the girl had asked her. Now what? Her teeth do look a little sharp. My, you're quite the awkward one, aren't you? You've barely said more than a word to me since seeing me. Please, don't tell me you're really afraid of me. What? Oh no. No. I'm just shy. I'm sorry. You've not done anything wrong. This is all my fault. The girl frowned, one hand resting beneath her chin. You say it's your fault, but I don't think you've done anything wrong either. You don't? No, I don't. I don't see why you feel the need to apologize. I'm not upset. I was just stating a fact. You're so quiet, I was wondering whether I'd done something to upset you. But I guess this is just the way you are. Why do you have to look mischievous while saying that? I've never been very good at small talk. I never really know what to say, so, I'm sorry. I must be so boring. Now, I'll be the judge of that. I've not known you long enough to find you boring. And I wouldn't have started talking to you in the first place if you hadn't piqued my interest. You don't think I'm a poor judge of character, do you? If you interpret that a certain way, it almost sounds like she's flirting. In this case, maybe she was, but Ethel was so afraid of offending the girl, even inadvertently, she hastily said, I don't think so, but it's hard to say. I mean, I don't know you very well. You raise a good point. We are strangers, and this has been a pretty strange meeting. I wouldn't be surprised if you're wondering who this crazy girl is, who's been singing by herself in a church at night. I must seem like a total nutter. I don't know if I'd say that. You probably wouldn't, no. I think you're too considerate. I wouldn't be surprised if that's what you're thinking, though. Well, go on. You can be honest with me. You must think I'm barmy. I don't know if I'd call you that, but this is a bit strange, I suppose. Oh, come on. You're being too generous. I think I'm more than a bit strange. Your hobbies might be a bit unusual, I guess. Again with the tact. You'd make a good politician. But who am I to judge? I went for a walk in the woods late at night when I knew it was going to rain. I'm not much better. I guess not. But that's what brought us together then. What, the rain? No, silly. I think there's a deeper meaning behind our meeting than this. Deeper? Yeah, we must have been like two alike souls, or maybe two birds of a feather, if that doesn't sound too out there. We're both weirdos, so we ought to stick together. The world isn't very accepting of people like us. Lesbians? Now, what's your name? Surely you must have one. Oh, I'm Ethel. Ethel's voice was quiet when she replied, as if she was repeating a curse word, and to her ears it might well have been one. As far as names went, Ethel wasn't very flattering. It was so old-fashioned, it spoke more of elderly spinsters than it did 21-year-olds. Shania had teased Ethel about her name incessantly, as though she hadn't been named after a country singer. Ethel would have preferred to be a Shania any day of the week over a boring old Ethel, though. Ethel often resented her parents for landing her with that name, though it was mostly Lauren's fault, she supposed, for naming her after her grandmother, Ethel's great-grandmother, especially when her brothers had sustainably modern names. Why was she the only one stuck with the name plucked straight from the dusty archives of a Victorian poorhouse? Wow, that's harsh words for your own name. It was so unfair. The girl didn't seem to mind Ethel's name, however, because she laughed. Ethel? How pretty. No, it isn't. You're teasing me. No, I'm not. Honest to God. We're in a church, and I never dare to take the Lord's name in vain. I'm a good Christian like that, you know? I really like her. I really like her. I really like her. You are? No. Now I really am pulling your leg. Right, well, I suspected as much. Oh, listen, officer. Tripping over my tongue. You shouldn't be self-conscious, though. Ethel's a perfectly nice name. I've met girls who were more saddled with much, much worse. Much worse. Right. Try telling that to Shania. Who's Shania? Oh, nobody. She doesn't matter. Not anymore. You wouldn't know her? Ethel's voice trailed off. Then, she frowned. By the way, where are you from? You aren't a local, are you? Oh no. And thank the God I don't I don't believe in it. And I don't and thank the God I don't believe in for it. This village is so small and I think I'd go mad. Madder than I am, I mean, if I had to live here. Are you visiting then? That's right. I'm here to stay with my grandparents over the holidays. My parents are pretty busy right now, so they dumped me here. I've only been here a couple days, but I'm already bored out of my tree. I couldn't sleep, so I went for a walk. Figured I might as well stretch my legs. I was afraid I'd go stir crazy otherwise, but maybe it's too late for that. I see. Will you be staying in Oxenbury for long? Not too long. My parents will be picking me up in a few days. Oh, right. Of course. Ethel tried to keep the disappointment from her voice when she spoke. Why should she care when the girl went home? She hardly knew her. She didn't know her name, in fact. Maybe, Ethel thought worriedly, she should have asked the girl that first, before inquiring if she was a local to the area. That would have been the polite thing to do, but Ethel spoke to others so rarely she found it difficult to know what the polite thing to do was. She was so awkward. Well, there was time enough to right this oversight. I'm sorry, but it just occurred to me. What? I might not have been born here, but I am pretty familiar with this village. I know my way around rather well, which is how I wound up here. Not that that's saying very much, since there isn't all that much to know. But you know what I mean? Right. Ethel blinked, her plans to ask for the girl's name summarily scuppered. There was a small pause, then. Do you come to Oxbury very often? More often than I'd like. This place is pretty dead, but oh well. I wind up in Oxbury a lot during the holidays, since my parents are always palming me off on my grandparents. I spent a lot of my summers here, and a lot of my winters too. Ugh. The summers here are depressing enough since there's nothing to do, but the winters are even worse. It's so cold and so dark, and it's so wet too. It rains so much the ground gets all mulchy. It's pretty miserable. No offense. I don't want to insult this place too much. Not when you were born here. I hope you don't mind. It's fine. I'm not offended. Actually, I agree with you. Well, good. I'm glad I'm not the only one. It's a very different story with my grandparents, though. They love this place. They've been living here for... God, I don't know. Their whole long lives, more or less, so they're pretty settled. They won't hear a bad word against Oxbury. They're obsessed. They were old, you know, when I was a kid, but they're even older now, if you can credit that. I think that's why they like Oxbury. It doesn't change, just like them. It's completely static. Ethel frowned, lost in contemplation. The girl's voice was light, but there was something sad about her words, something which twisted Ethel's insides. When people reach their twilight years, typically when they pass into their 80s, it becomes almost impossible to discern their age from their appearance. There wasn't that much difference, or so Ethel had always thought, between an 80 and a 90-year-old. Old age had an anonymizing factor. It stripped the individuality out of people, rendering them indistinguishable from one another. As far as Ethel was concerned, old people were all white-haired and rheumy-eyed, their face scored with wrinkles. Their fingers were choppy, their hands shook, and they complained of myriad problems: bad backs, bad eyes, bad hearts. Ethel didn't like the body she inhabited at the present. She had been teased over her appearance one too many times. But she liked the thought of getting older. But she liked the thought of getting older even less. She didn't think she even wanted to be 50, much less 80 or 90. She liked life little too. She liked life little too. She liked life too little to try and cling to it for all that long. What was the point? My parents have been having my grandparents look after me since I was a kid, but I don't think they've ever been cut out for the job. They could never keep up with me. I was a wee little thing back then, about this tall. The girl gestured with her right hand for emphasis. But even then, I got this feeling I was no good for my poor old grandparents. I used to fret having to run around after me would drive them into their early graves. But it's been years since then, and they're both alive and kicking. But not literally. They're so old I don't think they'd be capable of it. Are you afraid they might dislocate their hips if they did that? I've got to say, I didn't expect that from you. You're more fiery than you look. I hope you don't mind. Nah, I think it's funny. I like the contrast of your sweet exterior and your spicy interior. It was a surprise, but it was a pleasant one. I don't know if I'm particularly spicy, but thank you. You're welcome. I hope you're not getting the wrong idea, though. I know I'm being mean about my grandparents, but I do love them. They're the only grandparents I have, and I owe them a lot. They're dear to me. But I've had to spend a lot of time with them in this poky little village, and it does get stifling. Someday, I'd like to take off, see a bit more of the world. It's all very constricting. What about your parents? Where do they live? Oh, some tiny town not too far away from here. And have they never taken you on a holiday with them before? I've never bothered. Whenever they go anywhere, I've always been dumped here with my old folks. And let me tell you, they really are old. I'm not even sure if they're pushing 90, or maybe even 100. 100? Ethel stared, all the while trying to solve some basic mental maths. Ethel's grandparents on her mother's side were relatively young as far as grandparents went, as they had her mother when they were in their early 20s. Her maternal grandmother was only 62. Her maternal grandfather, 67. Her paternal grandparents were a bit older. They were both in their mid-70s, but they weren't pushing into their 80s just yet, and they definitely weren't close to 100. The girl's family must have skewed awfully old. Ethel was still trying to work this out. Something the girl seemed to notice because she smiled. I'm exaggerating, of course. Oh, right, of course. I'm not joking when I say that they are old, though. I do like being with them in their I don't like being with them in their rank, smelly house, which is all brown and green and damp. The walls have rot, and it's moist all year round, so the wind panes are all waterlogged. It's awful. But it does sound like an ideal growing spot for fungus. I wouldn't stay here if I had a choice, but I don't really have any friends, and my family's pretty small, so... The girl shrugged. I guess it could be worse. I don't like having to spend all my holidays out in the sun. I I wish my parents would think about me a little more, but that's never going to happen. They've always been so selfish. The girl sighed. She sounded bitter, unexpectedly so, given how lightly she'd spoken before. It was obvious that a degree of resentment simmered beneath her seemingly irreverent surface, resentment which didn't seem to be buried all that deeply. Well, if she had inner demons, she wouldn't be the only one. She was only human. Oh. The girl suddenly gasped, wide-eyed, as she stared at Ethel. Where are my manners? I spent all this time talking about myself, but I've not asked about you. You were born in Oxbury, weren't you? Oh, yes, that's right. And you still live here, I'm guessing. With my parents, and my 2 brothers, yeah, Rowan and Manny. Ah, I see. I don't have any siblings myself. No sisters or brothers. I've always wondered what it would be like, though. It's alright, I guess. You don't sound too sure. Well, it's hard for me to say what it's like. I've had brothers for most of my life. Rowan was born when I was 4, and Manny was when I was 7, so I can't really remember what life was like before they arrived. I see. That sounds kind of nice. If I had siblings or 2 to keep me company, maybe spending all this time with my grandparents wouldn't have been so bad. But who knows? Maybe they just annoy me. I don't know if I'd like to share my stuff with them either. I can be pretty selfish. The girl's eyes glinted when she said this, with a spark of mischief which made Ethel's skin prickle. There was something a little unsettling about the way she looked at Ethel. Her eyes were intense, as though she looked to devour Ethel from tip to toe. Okay. But surely that was nothing more than a fantasy. So where's your family right now, Ethel? Are they back at home, waiting for you? It is not my fault when when a pretty girl looks with hungry eyes my direction. That is not my fault. Listen. I hope that they're not worried about you. It's pretty late. I wouldn't want to make them anxious. Oh no. It's fine. They won't be waiting. I mean, they're not even at home. They've gone to Australia. Australia? That's so far away. I've never been before. But is it true that their seasons are all mixed up compared to ours? They're reversed, yeah. Their winter is like our summer. It's something to do with the hemispheres. Land down under. Crazy. I'm so used to wet, damp, old Oxbury. I think that would take some getting used to. That's what I thought too. I was worried going there would throw me off, especially when it's been so cold here. Whoops. Is that why you didn't want to go then? Did you turn down their invitation? Or did they not invite you? They did, yeah. My ticket was booked and everything. Mom had been planning it for a few months, ever since April this year, actually. She was pretty insistent that I accompany her. It was supposed to be a family holiday, but, well, Ethel sighed. How, she wondered, was she supposed to explain her reasoning for staying behind to this girl? She wasn't entirely sure if she understood her reasoning herself. She had overcomplicated things by being so moody. But wasn't that what she always did? She was forever making things more difficult than she wanted to. It just seemed to happen. Hey, Ethel. You didn't have an argument with your family, did you? Oh, no. It's not like that. We're fine, really. Everything's fine. Then why didn't you want to go? I'd leave England at the drop of a hat if I could. It's so wet and cold and... ugh. I can't stand it here. It's so gloomy. Australia sounds much nicer. It does sound nicer, but... The girl shifted a little closer to Ethel. So much there, thighs, brush. Australia does have spiders. Australia, it is, my speech is actively deteriorating. Australia has spiders. Here has a very pretty, moody girl. Don't you like being with your family? Don't you get on with them? It's not that I don't get on with my parents. They're nice enough, I think. My mom nags me about my clothes and my hair sometimes. And my dad can be a bit insensitive, maybe. Ethel thought back on the numerous occasions she tried to practice her violin at home. Occasions which had been swiftly terminated by her dad telling her to put a cork in it because he was trying to watch the telly. But they're not bad parents. They're not abusive. Other people have it much worse. It'd be unfair of me to complain. I know that mentality that she's using. Unfortunately, I am very aware of it. Started after not paying his television license. Oh yeah, what a... I still refused to believe that that was like a real thing for like the longest time. Like it sounds made up. And yeah, despite that, you still don't want to go. You still didn't want to go on holiday with them. It's not like that. What is it like then? It's my fault, really. They've not done anything wrong. It's all me. What's all your fault? What's all you? I don't understand. It's not that complicated, really. It's just, it's the way I think about things. British Broadcasting was a lot different than PBS. Fictional country, that is all that I will say. My parents are fine. They're lovely, even, and my brothers. We argue sometimes, but I think that's normal. All siblings argue. Clementine always picked fights with her sisters, too. Clementine? My girlfriend, Ethel was about to say, but that would have been a lie. Clementine wasn't her girlfriend anymore. They'd spoken so little after their breakup, Ethel was uncertain whether she was even her friend. What was Clementine to her now? Was she anything to her now? She's just a person I know from university. We talked a bit. A friend, then. We were friends. I don't know about now. Not that it matters. None of it does, really. What doesn't matter? My feelings, maybe? I've been a bit down, I guess. I couldn't tell. At the very least, like, she is genuinely, like, engaging in the conversation. Give me 1 second to stand up. Didn't mean to bang the mic like that. But it's all very silly, and it's mostly self-inflicted anyway. I just get like this. In strange moods, I mean. That's what my mom says. She thinks I should buck my ideas up. Maybe she's right. Buck my ideas up? I don't think I've ever heard, even anything close to that term or phrase. It's not like I want to feel sad. The girl is pretty, but like... I just want to hug Ethel. Of course you don't. I don't think anybody does. But sometimes... No. Most of the time, actually. I feel like a burden. I just bother my parents and my brothers. And Clementine, too. That's why I didn't want to go on holiday with them. They insisted, but... I don't know. They said the holiday wouldn't be the same without me, which is probably right. But I think it'd be for the better. I've been so gloomy. I don't think they'd want to put up with me. My parents were planning this holiday for ages. They were looking forward to it. That's why I didn't want to come along. I know I'm not... Ethel... I know I'm not in the right mood to enjoy it. I'd make everybody unhappy, and then I'd spoil everything. I think. Ethel's fingers, lying on her lap, curled in on themselves. Her nails, which were short and serrated, she'd been biting them lately. Thought it, though, was a habit she'd tried for years to kick, digging into her palms. Her shoulders shook. Then, very quietly, she said, I think they'd be happier without me. Clementine certainly had been. Who's to say that her family wouldn't share her opinion? I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said all that. I was being silly, really. I know my family do care. Obviously, they do. It's just sometimes... Shh. Ethel started, surprised. The girl was sitting even closer than before. Their fingers twined together and her eyes round, almost owl-like in their concern. Ethel stammered, stunned by the sudden, unexpected closeness. stunned too by the sensation of the girl's skin upon her own. Her hand was icy cold. It's alright. You don't need to try and explain yourself. Not to me. I understand how you feel. I understand only too well. You do. A little. You aren't the only person who's been feeling lonely. But I wish you wouldn't be so very hard on yourself. Don't say that nobody cares. I know I shouldn't. It's childish to think that way. Of course my parents care, but... Carnivore eyes. That's, I can't. I can't. I can't address that right now. They don't make you feel like they do. Ethel looked into the girl's eyes, held captive by the intensity of her gaze. For a few moments, she could do nothing except sit there. She swallowed, tasting sawdust in her throat and dead, empty air. Then, like an aged automaton that was in dire need of oiling, she shook her head. Oh, you poor dear. It sounds like life has been very hard for you, but try not to worry. You aren't alone. I know how it feels, being unwanted. It's awful, and it feels so unjustified in your case too. After all, uh, sorry? Sorry? Uh, uh, I, normal? Normal? Normal. You can set the Geiger counter down. I'm normal. Um, um, uh, the normal. The girl reached out. Thank you. I will drink more water. Thank you. I don't think I have any more water in this can anymore. No, it's completely empty. Cool. I'll survive. She cupped Ethel's. How does I heard you drink? Was it that close to the? Was it that close to the mic? I didn't. That was not a bit. I legitimately didn't know. I was fighting for my life. Um, she cupped she cupped Ethel's cheeks with her fingers, her palms icy against Ethel's warm skin, and said, "You're so nice." Normal. 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 Do you really think so? I think you must be. Otherwise, you wouldn't have listened to me so patiently when I was complaining about my grandparents. You, you're a sweetheart. And no matter how other people might have made you feel, I'm happy to be spending time with you. Meeting you has been really refreshing, actually. It's almost enough to make me think this is fated. Fated? That's right. I think you were sent here for a reason. You can laugh if you want, but I'm a pretty superstitious person. Maybe it comes from spending so much time with my grandmother. She always puts a lot of stock into that sort of thing. Tea leaves and the alignment of the planet and star signs. And I don't think our meeting happened for no reason. It must have been ordained by, I don't know, fate, destiny, karma, kismet. Call it what you will. Maybe it doesn't matter. Maybe I've let one too many of my grandmother's silly stories get to me. The girl leant in even more closely, if such a thing was possible. It's like a roller coaster. The following always goes faster than the climbing. It'd be fine if I fall with her. Then quietly she said, "But there must have been a greater reason behind why our paths crossed tonight. I'm sure of it. I've been so lonely here these last few days, with nobody my age to talk to." The girl's eyes continued to bore into Ethel's. Large, dark eyes lined with long, dark lashes, which seemed pregnant all of a sudden with meaning. But now I have you. You have me? Yes, I have you. You're mine now, just like I'm yours. I can't. uh, I can be your strange singing girl who takes refuge in a church at night to recite hymns. And you can be my wet, windswept stranger coming from the cold. I'll wait for you tomorrow night too, in this church. And we can have another wonderful tryst inside this crooked old building. Disaster compilation. It's just gonna be me reading through all of the Ebi-hime visual novels. How's that sound? Please, please, please. Don't you think it's romantic? It's just like something from a fairy tale. Ethel thought of this. The girl's icy fingers. Why were they so cold? Upon her own. And, as she did, she felt herself blush. It wasn't a very pretty blush, of course. Ethel wasn't very pretty in general. Her blushes, when they came, were uncomfortably intense, red and blotchy, and not so very dissimilar from acne. She wasn't attractive. Ethel knew she wasn't attractive. But she wondered, in that quiet, understated moment in the church, whether she was pretty to the dark-haired girl who cupped her cheeks. If this is a fairy tale, then would this have a happy ending? Well now, that depends. On whether you come back, of course. I'll be waiting here, so don't be a stranger. Stop on by. If you don't, I think we'll both regret it. That sounds like a threat, which is not a negative. I mean, ambitiously, the girl smiled. Then I won't be able to do this. I'm not ready. The girl tipped her head before Ethel could say anything, before she knew what was happening. Ethel soon felt something soft against her lips, and she gasped. She could hardly believe it, but... The girl was kissing her. The kiss lasted for but a few seconds. It was little more than a faint brushing of the lips, but it was enough to make Ethel's heart stammer. She knew, as the girl kissed her, her palm still pressed against her cheeks, that this signaled change, though what sort of change it was, exactly, remained a mystery. It was undeniable, however, that this would alter her holiday for the good. Things would never be the same again. the 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 girl had the girl had branded her. None of these thoughts would be permitted in the Bible. Her kiss corroded like acid, disintegrating all of Ethel's thoughts as they were made of nothing more than the flimsiest, most insubstantial. Yeah. Okay. Again. Her kiss corroded like acid, disintegrating all of Ethel's thoughts as if they were made of nothing more than the flimsiest, most insubstantial of crepe paper. There was the church. There was the girl. There was the kiss. And there was nothing else at all. Nothing in the whole world. Ethel Biggs has been feeling restless recently. She's so cute. There's something strange in the village of Oxbury. She's so pretty. The girl. I'm so weak for songstresses too. Something which wants to consume Ethel alive. And as the days start to blur together, Ethel begins to wonder. Would it be so bad to give in? That just being the intro. Insane. Oh. Okay. The rain had let up somewhat when Ethel picked her way back home, but it hadn't abated yet. A fine smattering of raindrops continued to fall from the obsidian sky, drumming disaffectedly against the foliage above and about her as Ethel tramped through the forest. The ground was muddy and uneven, and Ethel had to take great care with every single step she took. One wrong move could easily spell a sprained ankle and muddy knees, bruised and bloody palms. The rain struck Ethel's scalp. It trickled down the nape of her neck. It stuck her clothes to her skin and chilled her to the bone. By the time Ethel finally managed to make her way back home, more than half an hour later, she was sniffling. Ethel shed her shoes. I can't read. Ethel shed her shoes at the front door and shed her coat not long after. Her shirt, her skirt, and her socks all went the moment she made her way to the bathroom, where she ran herself a bath. That's such beautiful framing. Like, all this art is genuinely gorgeous. like, I don't have any words to say other than no, this shot is just gorgeous. Then she sunk into the tub, sighing with relief as she submerged herself within the waiting water. If there was one positive to being caught in the rain, it was that taking a nice warm bath always felt better when chilled right down to the bone marrow. Ethel could feel the bath water restoring life anew in her icy body. It was refreshing, rejuvenating even, and she sighed in dazed relief from it. Ethel almost believed, as she curled herself up inside the tub, that she was being reborn. The water was restorative. It would help her shed her old skin, butterfly-like, so she could emerge from the bath as a brand new girl, a more confident, conventionally pretty girl, with smooth skin which had never known a spot, and hair which wasn't so quite prone to tangling. Her old skin, her old shell, would lie like a deflated balloon at the bottom of the bathtub, gray and bloated and swollen from the soapy water. Ethel would deride it. Then she would discard it. God, Ethel wished she could step out of her own skin, if only for a few brief, glorious moments. But when she finally pulled the plug and stepped out of the tub, the rest of her body came with her. Every last fold and every square centimeter of skin. Well, so much for that. Ethel toweled her hair dry, pointedly looking away from her reflection as she did, and pulled on her pajamas. Aw, it's so cute. I love her hairband. Then she retreated to her bedroom, which wasn't really hers, not anymore. It was Manny's. He had remade this room in his image, and Ethel didn't much like what she saw. It was a room which was obviously meant for a teenage boy, so much so she felt like an interloper. Manny might not have been there to chase her out of his room, but its disdain lingered. She didn't belong there. Feeling displaced and disoriented, she laid back on Manny's sheets and let her eyelids fall shut. Had the events of that night really happened? Had the girl truly kissed her? It was hard to say. Everything had unfolded with a subtle sense of surreality. The girl's voice light and irreverent enough to mirror the beating of a butterfly's wings. Now, Ethel had put some time and some distance between herself and the girl. She found it even harder to believe what had happened. Almost looked like a night. Yeah. You said nin, and for some reason I wanted to say night in the woods. What reason would the good girl have to had to loiter about St. Catherine's so very late at night? It didn't make any sense. It made even less sense that the girl had kissed her. Ethel had found it hard to come to terms with Clementine's affections when her girlfriend, no, ex-girlfriend, had confessed to her, but she found it harder to still accept this girl's feelings. Clementine's septum had been pierced. She had dyed her hair pink. She had kept the Tumblr blog long after Tumblr had stopped being cool. In her childhood, she had written fan fiction about Sam and Dean Winchester from Supernatural kissing. She is so cool! That is so specific. Clementine hadn't been perfect. Clementine had been more than willing to admit that she wasn't perfect, and she had since disavowed the problematic fan fiction she had crafted in her heady, uncomplicated teenage years. Apparently, she had been too young and stupid to know not to make the two brothers make out for several hundred hours. Though she had sounded rather proud when she told Ethel that one of her immature, incestuous efforts had garnered a whopping 207 kudos on AO3. That is just a real person. That, that is just a real person. There had been something reassuringly human in Clementine's flaws, in her dark roots, which showed through her pale pink hair, the gap in her front teeth, and the way she snorted when she laughed. Clementine had been brash, and loudy, and brassy, and she had intimidated Ethel when she first had met her at their university's writing club. Ethel hadn't ever imagined that a cheerful, outgoing, interesting girl like that would ever care about her. She had been prepared to believe that Clementine was still an ordinary girl, like she was. A girl who was made of flesh and blood, who could laugh and who could cry, and who could laugh at herself when talking about her old, embarrassing fanfiction. The girl at the church, however, was different. She was so pretty, she seemed almost otherworldly. Was she really human? Ethel couldn't imagine the girl at the church crying. She couldn't imagine her blushing, and she definitely couldn't imagine her shipping Sam and Dean Winchester. The girl seemed removed from petty concerns like fandom drama. What interest did she even have anyway? How did she fill her free time beyond kissing complete strangers in churches late at night? Ethel tried to furnish a past for the girl, some sort of backstory, but kept coming up blank. She probably didn't read Homestuck. Doesn't mean you can't introduce her. Granted, neither have I. Like the awkward pieces of an old jigsaw puzzle, nothing quite seemed to fit. The girl was an enigma, just like the woman from the famous barren poem that literature professor still talked of 2 centuries later. She walks in beauty like the night. Who was she, though? Who was she going? Where was she going, and what was she thinking? Perhaps she wasn't going anywhere, or thinking anything. The woman who walked in beauty never managed to arrive at her destination. How could she, when she didn't have one? Best option to read it, don't. Incorrect. The new best option will be to watch the anime, and be an anime only for Homestuck. Which I think is possibly going to be the funniest way to explain. Oh, that is going to cause drama for years. That's going to be incredibly funny. Beautiful people didn't need to do, they only needed to be. Ethel was unsure, however, if the girl really was. She didn't feel real. None of that night had felt real. Ethel, meanwhile, felt far too real for comfort. Her hair was still wet from her bath. She hadn't dried it thoroughly enough, and it was soaking the sheets. It felt like there was a damp towel pressed against the nape of her neck, and it made her squirm. It wasn't exactly comfortable, but she was too tired to get up and dry her hair again, much too lazy to hunt for her mother's hairdryer. She would simply leave it be. Slowly, as she lay there, sleep began to creep up on her, It clouded her senses, dulled them until her thoughts felt oddly hazy. Ethel could still hear the rain as it fell outdoors, but it was very faint and indistinct, hardly audible. The soft pitter-patter of these scattered raindrops mingled with the sigh of the breeze, Ethel's own exhalations. Once again, Ethel thought of the strange girl and of her strange kiss. It must have been over an hour since the girl had brought her lips together, but Ethel's body was still burning. The hot takes make Toxic Yuri better. The only thing I like more than a girl with eyes is a woman with strong opinions. Her thoughts, meanwhile, continue to run into one another, all of them blurring together in an incoherent, indistinct mess. Ethel saw Clementine in her mind's eye, with her sweet smile and her fluffy pink hair. But she was beginning to skew, to twist, to split apart, like a reflection viewed in a film of water's undiluted Like a reflection viewed in a film of water's undulating surface, Ethel couldn't pin it down. One of Clementine's eyeballs fell out of its socket. Her mouth began to melt. She was starting to shift. Ethel wasn't picturing Clementine, not anymore. It was the girl from the church instead. Ethel saw her vivid eyes. She saw her pale skin. She saw her legs, so slender, like a ballet dancer's. She thought of how those legs had swished back and forth, like metronomes. The girl smiled at her. Then Ethel's consciousness failed her, and she fell asleep. Ethel's sleep was anything but restive, however. In her dreams, which were faint and half-formed, she was in the forest again, flanked on all sides by walls of dark, damp vegetation. The forest was pulsing about her just like a living creature. It throbbed, and Ethel felt her own heart throbbing in tandem with it. She was running, her bare soul sinking into the dirt, though she had no idea of what she was running from, didn't know what was pursuing her. What was it that chased her in the dark, lurking amongst the trees? Tucked in. Thank you. Thank you for subscribing for 3 months now, Effie. Thank you. Ethel thought to turn her head, if only to discover the identity of her shadowy assailant, but she couldn't afford to let her attention wander. Tripping and falling would spell disaster. Ethel continued to run on and on and on, her heart hammering in her chest all the while. Her hair fluttered as she skirted the trees, and her long shirt billowed about her. She turned this way and that, searching desperately for an escape. But part of her already knew that it was too late. Her shadowy pursuer was fast approaching. It was much quicker than she was, and she could never have hoped to outrun it. She could never outpace it. It would find her, and when it did, its lips would curl upward into corners, its teeth sharp as knife points, glinting in the moonlight. It would sink its fangs into her neck. Then it would tear out her throat. She would scream, of course, as she oozed red-black blood. And then, suddenly, Ethel stumbled. Her right leg had snagged in the root of a tree, and she fell. She stumbled forwards, her arms flapping, her eyes wide and afraid. But she didn't hit the ground. She's so pretty. She's so pretty. She's way too harsh on herself. Instead, she woke up, tangled amongst her sheets like a fish in a net, gasping for air. Her face was uncomfortably flustered, despite it being another cold morning, and her palms were slick with sweat. Deer movements. A deer trapped in pretty headlights. There was an unpleasant taste in the back of her mouth, like mold or decay, and her tongue felt oddly furry. Had she forgotten to brush her teeth last night? Ethel tried to cast her mind back, but she couldn't. Her mind felt like it had been scrubbed clean, her thoughts a vague, hazy blur. The back of her head hurt. Her limbs were aching as though she really had been dashing through the woods in a desperate bid for her life. But the remnants of her dream were fast beginning to fade, exposed to the daytime light which was filtering in through the windows. Ethel sat up and pressed her palm against her forehead. It felt clammy. Was she getting sick? She hoped she hadn't caught a fever after wandering about in all that rain. She didn't want to prove Mr. Brown right. Not, as she supposed, that it mattered all that much. She doubted that she'd be seeing him again. Ethel blinked, her eyelids heavy, and stared at the wall of the bedroom. A bedroom which once had been hers, but was no longer. Most of Ethel's old furniture remained. The bed was still her old one, and so was the wardrobe beside it, but Manny had transformed it in her absence. Ethel's old books and her journals, and her little collection of ceramic fairies had all been thrown out, replaced with the trophies of Manny's various football matches and his favorite sports manga. At least Ethel's old swivel chair, salvaged from a friend of Jude's, who'd meant to throw it out, was still there. Ethel's ancient PC, however, had been chucked, replaced with a brand new model with a translucent case which lit up like a display of pyrotechnics. Ethel could see traces of her old life in this room, but they were few and far between. The times had changed, and they moved right past her. She didn't belong here. She was no longer wanted. Had she ever been? Ethel sniffed. The wall blurred, and she had to wipe her eyes fiercely with the back of her arm. What is so wrong with you? Sharply, she scolded herself. Stop thinking too much. You'll never get anything done like that. Ethel pressed the heel of her palm against her eyes, so hard her vision blurred. Then she forced herself to stand. She threw aside the covers of her bed and set about her day. Not that there was much of the day left. Listen. Sometimes you have a long day. And sometimes you end up sleeping longer than you anticipate. And maybe you might wake up in the afternoon. There's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with that. There is nothing wrong with waking up at 13. At 13. There's nothing wrong with that. Should have done a sleeper PC. I have no idea what that even means. Actually, that looks not a lot like my case, but it looks very similar to the case that I actually do have. How could she have slept for such a long time? At university, she had gotten into the habit of waking up early in the morning, at 8, if not sooner, for her lectures. She'd been letting things slide at her parents', maybe because she had gotten into the holiday spirit. She didn't have any lectures to attend, so there was no real reason for her to get up with the rising sun. New PC, night. That's... You know what? I said I like you know what? I said I like strong opinions. No, give me my RGB. Even in the dead of night, I want my I want my computer to light up like a light bright. She didn't have anything to do, nor anywhere to go. Full stop. This thought was depressing, though, as was the realization that she only had about 3 hours of sunlight left to her. The days were so short lately, the nights so long. It was cold, too. Ethel shivered as she changed out of her pajamas into her casual clothes, the same sweater she had worn last night and the same shapeless shirt, which she had left to dry on the radiator. She didn't care enough about her appearance to roodle? Ooh. To roodle about in her suitcase for any other clothes, and everything hung up inside the wardrobe now belonged to Manny. Once she tied back her hair into plaits, then she set about her day. She meant to work on her thesis. She would work on her thesis. But first, she had to have breakfast. Ultraviolet PC cooling fluid. No, that's gross. I want my RGB fans. I want my RGB fans, but I do not want to have like a waifu on my on the fan that's on my motherboard. Like that feels like a little bit too much to me. Like an indoor golf course. Ethel made herself a cheese toasty in the kitchen using the toasty press that her father always forgot to clean, so the crumbs kept getting stuck in it. This is gonna make me so mad. This is just... Allow me 5 seconds to be an American. It is just a grilled cheese. It is a grilled cheese. This is the one time I will actually get mad. What do you mean a cheese toasty? Even if it's a resale figure? No, I want that protected in like an actual case. Like, what do you mean a cheese toasty? Like, that doesn't... You're just making up words. Ethel made sure to check the press for moldy crumbs very, very carefully before she stuck her cheese sandwich between it. Or you could just call it a cheese sandwich. Because you put a cheese sandwich in a grill, so what happens? You grill the cheese. It is a grilled cheese. Ethel ate her toasty and sipped at the cup of peppermint tea. That actually does sound really good. She made for herself, but this wasn't enough to satisfy her appetite. Chips instead of crispy crunch munch Cracker Jack snacker. The blue... that's a tongue twister. Hang on. Chips instead of crispy, crunchy, munchy Cracker Jack, snacker, nibbler, snap, crack, and pop. Westpool, Chester, Cheshire, Queen's lovely, jubbly delight. Which is actually funny because I do like saying crisp instead of chips. But I don't even call them crisp when I want to. I still just call them chips. I can see the use in the RGB on a RAM. Sometimes light notifications are useful. All of a sudden, she felt ravenous. She made another toasty with ham this time, bright pink like sunburnt skin, and she ate that in silence too, with a second cup of peppermint tea. Ethel even thought after the ham and cheese toasty, she could go for a third, but it was here that she stopped herself. There wasn't much bread left, or much cheese, and she didn't fancy trekking to the corner shop. She wasn't in the mood for human interaction. Ethel washed the toasty press in the sink, only to stop herself from daydreaming about a third toasty, and set on the rack to dry alongside the butter knife in her plate. Oh, this is actually really cute. Got a ship in a bottle, fine china, Jenga, Connect 4, Monopoly, Catan. I don't know what that is. I can't read what that one is. But Catan's not even too bad. I like Catan. I will not dignify what this is with a word. I will not dignify this thing that is on the shelf. That is also very excessively close to an Xbox. Catan is a fun game though. That is just an Xbox though. This is like a really... There's even like... Well, the flypaper. No, this is a really comfy living room. Damn. This task accomplished, she brewed a third cup of tea. There were still plenty of tea bags at least. I bet. Brit. Then took her mug to the living room. Actually, when I get done with this, I'm probably gonna make some tea. She would work on her thesis later. She still had time. First, she wanted to see what was on TV. There's nothing wrong with that, was there? She needed to relax. Ethel flipped through the channels, but nothing sought her fancy. They were mostly showing old Christmas movies, with Santa Claus and the like. It was appropriate, Ethel supposed, given the season, but she wasn't in the mood to watch any holiday actors wearing fat suits ho-ho-hoing. What about hee-hee-hoing? For want of anything else to do, Ethel wound up rifling through the DVD shelf. Manny might have thrown away her old wind chimes and her fairy figures, but her DVDs were still there. The box sets of Buffy and the Vampire Diaries and Doctor Who. Extremely gay. I didn't want to say it, but I'm gonna say... I didn't want to say it, but like... Wow. A gay visual novel and in a video, in a DVD box, there's Buffy and the Vampire Diaries. I'm pretty sure the quota is normally only one, but you're triple dipping here. Quadruple dipping. After some deliberation, Ethel settled on Supernatural. She'd seen the series through multiple times, but the adventure of the Winchester brothers always cheered her up. No, Clementine absolutely shoved her face into a whole bunch of Super Hulock stuff. The series was old and it was definitely corny, but that was where all of the appeal was. It was fun, and there was something Ethel's life to really lack. And that was something Ethel's life to really lack. Ethel watched 5 episodes of the first season of Supernatural that made a start, and then made a start on the 6th. She paused at intervals to make herself fresh cups of tea. Didn't she say that she only had like 3 to 4 hours before daylight? And she watched almost 6 episodes of Supernatural? She paused at intervals to make herself fresh cups of tea, or to snaffle snacks from the kitchen. Then, before she knew it, the day disappeared. Yeah. When Ethel checked her phone, she saw it was almost 21. It's gone into a coughing fit when I said it to you. It's so funny. This, like, I love the art of this so much. Like, there's so much more constantly going on in the background. Even just like the last scene where, like, oh, it's actually night now, and then like the background stays the same, but this, like, it's all dark. But that's really funny. Where had all that time gone? It had gone because we were watching Supernatural, girly. Ethel nodded worriedly on the end of her plate as she weighed up her options. It was too late to start on her thesis, she supposed. She wasn't tired, despite it being pitch black outside, largely because she'd woken up so late herself. She could still make some progress if she applied herself. She had the focus. She could... Oh. I have never seen Supernatural, so I cannot offer that. I do have like a couple movies. I don't want to do, because actually I have been kind of thinking about trying to do like some type of watch along thing in the server. Like a few movies, but never like an actual full show, mostly because like those are harder for people who aren't able to consistently keep up with that. I'd rather like kind of just sift through like different movies. But like no, movie nights in the server have been something I have been thinking about, which also, like, if people have certain thoughts on that, feel free to join the server and maybe, I don't know, maybe we can think about it. Ethel's thoughts were soon interrupted, however, by a ringing in the kitchen. It was the rarely used landline. Somebody was calling her, but who and why wasn't a bit too late to receive any calls. Part of Ethel hoped, stupidly, that it was Clementine, calling at long last to check up on her. She soon dismissed this thought, however, as a fleeting fancy. Clementine hadn't spoken to her in over a fortnight. Ethel couldn't see any reason why she would do so now, not if she hadn't bothered to call during Christmas or on New Year's. There was nothing special about the date. It wasn't anybody's birthday. Besides, if Clementine had wanted to call her, she would have called Ethel's ancient Samsung. Ethel's mobile had been silent all day, however, and the day before that, and the day before that. It wasn't as though Ethel had no friends, even if her social pool had dwindled significantly after she'd broken up with Clementine. None of them had wanted to check up on her, however. It wouldn't be a friend then who was calling. It was far more likely to be her parents. The phone kept ringing, the sound shrill and unpleasant as it echoed inside Ethel's skull, and she winced. All right, coming. Ethel got to her feet and shuffled her unenthusiastic way into the kitchen. Then she removed the phone, a bulky, boxy thing, from its cradle and held it to her ear. Hello? This is... Oh, hello there, honey. I'm glad I finally got through to you. It took a minute. I was worried I was having trouble with the connection. I texted you a couple times, but you didn't reply, so I started to wonder about you all alone in the house. How have you been? Are you hanging in there? Everything's okay, isn't it? Ethel took a step back, unnerved by the sudden deluge of words from the other end of the line. She wasn't sure how to answer this. How had she been hanging in there, metaphorically speaking? She was still alive, at least, but she didn't necessarily feel it. Her sleep schedule had been so shot, she still felt half awake, or maybe that should have been half asleep. There was a pause, and then... I'm... fine, I guess. That's great, Effie. I'm glad things are going well. And what time is it over there? It's 8 here. I've only just woken up. We'll be on our way down to Brekkie soon. painfully English. That was very like Lauren. She had a way of infantilizing her own speech, breaking down words like one might when talking to a baby, regardless of whom she was interacting with. Ethel did wonder sometimes, when she was feeling especially cynical, if this was a habit Lauren had picked up from TikTok in her attempts to make her videos suitably inoffensive and toothless. But Lauren had always been like this, long before becoming a micro-influencer. She had... I'm gonna finish reading this, but... She had embarrassed Ethel plenty during her school parents' visits. School parents' events, when Lauren would, without any trace of irony, ask whether her then teenage daughter had been a good girlie who had not been up to any mischief. 300,000 followers on TikTok makes you a micro-influencer? Like... Is TikTok that bad? That 300,000 makes you micro? Like, that feels mean. But I'm waiting for Manny. You know what he's like in the mornings. He's awful for it. Yes, I know. Ethel knew this only too well. She'd been on the receiving end of many sour stares more times than she could count over the last couple of years, when she'd come back to her parents from university. TikTok is basically a fashion and pan simulator. Yeah, micro trends and such. But like, wow. 300,000 is micro. That's insane. But I'd say that I don't want to say like it's specifically a TikTok thing, but it's definitely, I don't know. Micro trends started definitely becoming a thing, more so because of TikTok. Like, I don't know. Virality feels far more flash in the pan now than it used to be. Manny had been sweet enough when he had been a child. Ethel could still remember the way he clung to her, begging her to play with him, but he'd undergone a drastic transformation once puberty had hit him. His skin hadn't turned green, and he hadn't spouted any antennae. But he had become surly, so much so Ethel sometimes wondered whether her parents shouldn't have called him Moody instead. Manny has also become something of a night owl. It wasn't uncommon for him to stay up until the early hours, gaming. He would commandeer Rowan's old laptop when Ethel was at home, and he could no longer access his fancy PC, but he said it was too old to run his favorite game properly, that it stuttered and lagged. Being parted from his gaming PC always put Manny in a bad mood, and when he lost the match on Rowan's laptop, his cries of disappointment would filter through the thin walls of the house. Gamer. Derogatory. It looked like Manny was up to his old tricks even in Australia, but maybe the jet lag could be a contributing factor to his inability to wake up. Well, whatever the cause, Ethel didn't begrudge her mother for having to wake him. Although, now that she had thought about it, the task of waking Manny up had probably fallen upon Jude's capable shoulders instead. They were a lot bigger than Lauren's. It's almost 9 here. Ethel said in response to her mother's early question, a reply which, though Ethel could not see it, she was sure made her mother blink. In the morning, dear? No, in the evening. It's pitch black outside. Australia's 11 hours ahead of the UK, remember? Oh, yes, 11 hours. You're always so on top of things, Effie. You're such a smarty pants. Time zones are so funny. Time zones are funny, and it's weird that, like, I am better adapting to time zones that are, like, technically 5 hours, I'd say between 4 to 6/7 hours ahead of me. I don't know. Time zones are fake, but having friends in different time zones is pretty cool, honestly. Because it's like you know who's awake when, and it's not like you're suffering every time. It's just like, oh, it's super late. All my friends are asleep. Because if it's super late, then that means, oh, it means friends in this time zone are definitely awake. So I can go and bother them. Oh, I don't think so. Oh, but you are. Don't be so hard on yourself. You need to learn how to take a compliment. Now, how's that thing that you've been working on? Thing? Time isn't real. It is all relative. Which is why your body clock in real time, in quote-unquote real time, do not like each other. Or at least mine doesn't. Yes, you know, the thing for uni, what's it called again? You're referring to my thesis. Yes, that's right, your thesis. How's it going, baby girl? Well, I would hope. You did miss out on coming to lovely Australia all for it. Oh, everything's alright, I guess. That's great, honey. I'm glad to hear it. Your mother's rooting for you. You've got this. Lauren might not have understood what Ethel was studying, but at least her support was genuine. Ethel knew that her mother really was rooting for her, regardless of what happened. They were about as different as it was possible for a mother and daughter to be, but Lauren's love for her daughter was sincere. Ethel was quite fortunate, really, to have a pair of parents who did care about her so much, even if they didn't understand her. She appreciated everything her parents had done for her, but that only made her feel worse for fudging the truth. Why couldn't she be more honest? Well, I'll leave you to it then, my little genius. Study hard, but not too hard. You know what they say, all work and no play makes Effie a dull girl. Go and have fun if you can. Not that there's much to do around Oxbury, I'll admit. Still, you could always get the car, maybe go for a drive in Marston. Drive to Marston. I can't drive, Mom. I didn't pass my test. I won't judge, but I will silently judge. Ah, yes, my mistake. Still, you're almost there. Even I can drive. And I was hopeless at school. Miss Pike always said I was thicker than a brick wall. She was probably right. Damn. Why? Why do you have to say that? Why do you have to say? That's mean for a teacher to say. Like, what the fuck? Different type of thick. Brick house and brick wall are two different types of thickness. You should be able to manage your driving test easy peasy. A clever clogs like you. What? Painfully British. There's nothing to it. Just don't kill anybody and you'll be golden. Haha. Thanks. I'll, try to keep that in mind. Atta girl. Now I must be off. It looks like Jude's finally managed to get Manny out of bed. And about time, too. He was sleeping like the dead. I'll speak to you later, Effie. Have a nice rest of your night. Not that there's much of the night left. Ta-da now. Ta-da? Yes, goodbye. There was a click on the other end of the line. Then, there was nothing. Lauren had gone. She had left her sad, serious daughter, who was sequestered away in a too-small home in the grey and desolate Oxbury, and return to the sea and surf of exotic Australia. Well, the sea and the surf would come later, probably. First, Lauren and the others would be going down to the dining room, where they could eat their fill of fried sausages, fried mushrooms, and baked beans. I'm trying. I'm genuinely trying not to say something that would get me banned. I'm trying so hard not to say something that would get me banned, but seeing this list of food right next to each other makes me irrationally mad. They're in Australia. They should try eating real food. Ethel frowned. Her mother ate just as much as she did, if not even more, but she was skinny as a post. I can't put to words my thought about quotations English food. Ethel, meanwhile, couldn't look at a full English fry-up without gaining weight. Life could be so unfair. Speaking of food, Ethel could hear her stomach rumbling. Maybe it was time to root through the fridge again. With some luck, she should be able to find something worth eating. Ethel commenced her search and was soon rewarded with some spoils which looked promising. At the back of the fridge, covered in a top layer of cling film? Are you talking saran wrap? Was a shallow baking tray full of Mother's cherry pie. Lauren wasn't the best cook. She tended to wing things, and her culinary creations always ended up overcooked or overdone as a result. But she was surprisingly a decent baker. They are cling, I can't even say it, but like, I get it, I guess, like, no, it makes sense. It clings to the film, and it keeps the food clean. For as much as I genuinely am enjoying reading this, and I think the art is gorgeous, and I think Ethel is adorable, I call it cling wrap, you're on thin ice, and I think the girl is really pretty. This game is making me irrationally angry at the English. Like, I'm having a very surreal out-of-body experience. Both very much enjoying this game and like having a really fun time with it. And then something British happens or like comes up or certain British words are used. And then I get angry. It is a very emotional roller coaster, and not in the way that it's an emotional roller coaster while I am already on the emotional roller coaster that I fully expected this to be. It's a very emotional experience. Lauren's grandmother, Ethel's great-grandmother, whose name she had inherited, had taught Lauren the arcane art when she was younger, and Lauren had always been very close to her granny. Lauren had taken her granny's recipe to heart. She had practiced and perfected them for birthday parties, village fetes, and charity sales, until her brownies and blondies and chocolate chip cookies became the talk of all the mothers at Oxbury Primary. Lauren had stopped baking quite so much once Manny had grown up, but she still liked to dabble from time to time. There was this cherry pie sitting on the bottommost shelf of the fridge. That was where this cherry pie sitting on the bottommost shelf of the fridge had come from. Just watched a lot of BBC programs like Doctor Who, Top Gear as a kid. So they infected you. I'm very sorry. They got you when you were young. Don't worry, we can buff that out. Lauren had been anxious that night before her flight. She was afraid of heights and terrified of planes, and hadn't been able to sleep. Not knowing what else to do with herself, she'd gone downstairs at 2 in the morning, wearing her favorite pink nightgown, which made her look a bit like the stuck-up poodle from Oliver and Company, and she had begun to bake. That's a southern pastor. It's a moment. I was going to say, I don't know if this is going to come off as mean or not. I legitimately do not know. I was going to say, like, oh, you sound like a cultural petri dish, and I don't know if that's, like, offensive or not. Because I don't mean it. I don't mean it in a mean way. It's just, like, just various different things plucked in different spots and put elsewhere. Granted, that is kind of like how, like, people are. We all do learn from various different things at different times. Like, that's why I still say I, and like some words I use a U in it. But I still don't know if calling someone a cultural petri dish is an offensive term or not. Saying y'all is normal though. That's reasonable. That's understandable. When Ethel herself had awoken later, much later, at 1 in the afternoon, her parents and her brothers had already left for London Airport. They hadn't awoken her to wish her goodbye, though perhaps they hadn't needed to. They had said goodbye the night before, and in any case, Lauren had left her daughter a note. We've already left for the airport. Love, she'd written. The loopy cursive, Lauren's spelling, wasn't the best, but her handwriting was a work of art. Picked out in a patchy blue bureau. So don't worry about us or wonder where we are. I'm sure we'll be fine. I couldn't sleep last night, so I made some cherry pie. It's cooling in the fridge right now. Have as much as you want. If you don't, it'll go to waste. Love you, Effie. See you later. Stay safe. XXXXXXXXXXXX. That was one of the things Effie liked about her mother. They might not have seen eye to eye on a lot of things, but Lauren wasn't exactly stingy with her affection. Ethel allowed herself a small smile as she took the cherry pie from the fridge. It had been a few days since her parents had left for Australia, and she had been grazing onto the pie in her absence. Grazing, huh? It wasn't as good as it had been. The crust had lost some of its crunch. The cherries inside their contradictory sweet sharpness, but it was more than edible. There was only one slice left, and Ethel meant to make short work of it. She slid the remaining slice of cherry pie on an old IKEA plate, which she then shoved inside the microwave. She let the pie rotate in the microwave for a couple of minutes before drawing it out. The center of the pie had cratered, and the bright red cherry filling looked almost garish. It was streaking across the plate, and bright enough to be obscene. The darker pieces of cherry mixed among the lighter, more inoffensive sauce looked unnervingly like blood clots. Ethel was reminded rather forcefully of the toilet bowl Ethel was reminded rather forcefully of the toilet. Why can I not say toilet? Ethel was reminded rather forcefully of the toilet bowl during her period, and her stomach churned. Maybe she wasn't as hungry as she had thought. For a few moments, she considered scraping the cherry pie into the bin, but she discounted the idea. She didn't want to throw away her mother's hard work. Ethel took the cherry pie to the kitchen table, then sat down. She began to eat, trying to force all unfortunate associations with the lopsided pie on her plate and the toilet bowl to one side. But this soon proved to be a difficult endeavor, especially when a strange musky taste spread across her tongue. Ethel's nose wrinkled. What was that? It tasted like Jude's compost heap in the garden smell of dirt and decay. Ethel had sampled her mother's cherry pie numerous times in the past, even the less than perfect pies which had burned on the bottom, but it never tasted quite like this. Ethel swallowed her mouthful of pie as best she could, then she examined it. It looked normal at a cursory glance, but a quick evacuation of its underside and the tines of the fork revealed something rather alarming. The crust which encased the pie, once a uniform gold, had endured a troubling transformation process. The pie crust was flecked with discolored patches, ghostly white, and worryingly a sickly, lichen-like green. Is that mold? Ugh. Ethel's stomach, which had felt uneasy ever since awaking, lurched. She felt like she was going to be sick, and she didn't want to be. Just like some people felt faint at the sight of blood, Ethel couldn't stand the sight of vomit, a fact which had made her very popular at Madeline Dawes' 6th birthday party. Madeline had forced them all to play a game overseen by her mother, where the participants had stuffed as many marshmallows in their mouths without gagging. And Chubby Bunny. One girl, Naomi, managed a whopping 21 marshmallows before her gag reflex kicked in. She had thrown up a horrible pastel pink There is a lot that I genuinely can endure and like that I can talk about. Vomit is too much for me. I legitimately can't. It really does make me like actually nauseous. No. Yeah. No. Even like description of it is like a lot. Naomi's vomit had smelled awfully acidic, but it had been sickeningly, cloyingly sweet at the same token. It had been the smell of it more than the sight of it which had turned Ethel's stomach. Her innards had twisted like kneaded dough. Then, in sympathy for Naomi, she had also vomited. Oh no! This had triggered a chain reaction, and by the end of Madeline's party, 4 children had emptied the contents of their stomach all over Mr. Ari's newly installed Siberian white carpet. Ethel hadn't been invited to Madeline's house again, though Naomi had. Ethel had always found that unfair. Naomi had been the one who'd thrown up first, but maybe it didn't matter who did it first. It mattered that Ethel had, because she had only ever been there under duress. A pity invitation sent by Madeline's mother, because she knew Ethel didn't have any real friends at Oxbury Primary. Madeline's mother had soon stopped pitying her after the great vomiting incident, however. This memory brought a fresh flush of shame to Ethel's face. She swallowed the bile, which was rising in her throat, thick and fast, and pushed the moldy cherry pie to one side. Then she leant back in the chair, pressing her hands to her cheeks, trying to force herself to breathe. What was what was she supposed to do with the rest of her time? She supposed she could always play the violin, but the thought didn't fill her with much excitement. She couldn't see the point in playing if it didn't make her happy, but that was where the problem lay. Nothing had been making Ethel happy as of late. When she thought about what she wanted to do, all she could see was a void, blank and empty. Ethel continued to sit there, the nape of her neck pressed uncomfortably against the back of the chair, her cheeks sticky from cherry pie. She was sure, though, that she couldn't see herself, that she must have looked like an awful mess. But the girl yesterday in the church had been nice to her, nicer than she probably deserved. She'd call her pretty. Then she kissed her. The thought of this kiss surfaced to the forefront of Ethel's mind. Then she flustered. Then she flushed. Maybe she would go to see the girl. It wasn't as though she had anything else to do. Ethel rose from the dining room table, then padded over to the front door. Once there, she put on her shoes, which were old and worn like all of her clothes, the insides worn away from rubbing against Ethel's soles. They felt a little too snug around her feet. Perhaps she ought to buy a new pair, but Ethel endured it. The physical discomfort was a worthwhile trade-off for the reassuringly familiar fit of them. Dressed and ready to weather the great outdoors, Ethel retrieved her father's torch from his toolbox once more, where it slumbered in the dark alongside his other tools, his screwdrivers, Allen keys, and other bits and pieces Ethel couldn't name. Now armed and feeling a little like a discount knight from an old fairy tale, Ethel then left the house. I think I will take the break here, because this is most certainly gearing up to be a lot longer than the other works so far. And I don't have my water because I kind of had to use it all immediately. And yeah, no, I have no idea how long this is probably going to take. But no, I am deeply enjoying this. This is an incredibly fun read. It's also incredibly fun to jump to this after reading Glass Heart. I will probably still try to read this on Friday. I will maybe try to also stream slightly earlier so that to kind of like fit in more of this, since I do have no idea how long that this is probably going to take. Especially considering like the first, like 2.5 hours, about 3 hours of this stream was the intro, like before the title drop. So I have no idea how long that this will actually go on for. But like I'll try to keep this at about like 4 hours per each part, especially considering that like I am reading 99%, the 1% being the like that stuff that I had to pass on. But no, this is an incredibly fun time. And I also did kind of stream like 5 hours also on Thursday. But now that I also did stream it this time, I might be using this time on Saturdays to get more through Metaphor. Because it only for some reason just occurred to me, not just occurred to me, but it came to me like at the end of the first stream of Metaphor on Wednesday, where it's just like, oh, this is gonna be really long. This is gonna be really, 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 really long. And if it takes me as much time to get through Metaphor in my usual like 4 to 5 hour types of streams, I would literally not be done with the game until like the last week of December, and I don't want the game to go on for that long. And I feel like that game's actually really good for long sessions because there is a lot of dialogue in it, and I don't want to have some streams that are just like, okay, 5 hours of dialogue, and then sometimes it's gonna be longer. I don't know. I'm trying to make sure that everything can kind of balance out. But yeah, no, I like this a lot. This has been an incredibly fun read so far. I really like Effie. Ethel. Sorry for the jump scare, Effie. But I really like Ethel as a character. Like, she's really cute and she's really sweet. And I might see a little bit of myself in her, maybe a little. I'm very interested in learning more about the girl. Like, no, this is just like a really fun time, and it also sends me into a panic multiple different times. So yeah, if you want to keep up with these streams, I typically upload VODs a week after the stream on my YouTube. I'm pretty sure that's linked down below. You can follow me on Blue Sky to keep up to date with all this stuff, or also join the Discord, which I'm doing better at making sure that people are up to date with what is happening, as well as also trying to do more stuff like maybe some weekends trying to plan like a movie night. I don't know. But yeah. Thank you for spending time with me. I hope you enjoyed yourselves. I hope you have a wonderful morning, noon, or night, no matter when you're watching this. Be sure to take care of yourselves, be kind to yourselves and to others, and yeah. Have a glorious Yuri weekend. Johnny.